to a point that, you know, US doesn't give anything and doesn't permit us giving Ukraine anything that is US based, then US arms industry is gone from Europe. I hope that doesn't happen, and I don't think it will happen, but it's a possibility if they keep up this you know, screwing up you know, what do you call, but you know, but anyway, it's like if we buy something, we should be able to give it to our partner, which is also a US partner. And if US comes up with excuses all the time, then it's not a partner anymore. You know, that's an extortion or something. But yeah, that's only my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. So I've got some people requesting, and I'm trying to get you up and down. We're having a few technical problems, so please keep trying, everybody. And apologies for the way. I will keep trying to raise you up. Christopher, do you want to try have a go and see if you get any better joy than I did? And Nancy, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. And Cece, I just wanted to share with you guys, and I've put in the purple pill what I'm going to be thinking of as I make my yes, I'm shy and don't want to talk to people calls today, is Anton Gerashenko reposted something from TikTok, which is just amazing. It's a video of Olena Vladimirets, who's 94, from Venezia, and her daughter Nina worked together to make 4,000 trench candles. And I saw trench candles last year being made in many towns. And to watch a 94-year-old Ukrainian woman in Venezia work to make 4,000 of these. And she says, my hands hurt, but I want to help. And she has survived 2 wars and the Holodomor. And it says she wants there to be no need for trench candles. When you look at strength like that, and you look at this bent over 94-year-old woman working her hands so hard to protect and do what she can for her nation, that's Ukrainian. That is the will that Russia will not defeat. And she is my motivation today to make the calls to my elected representatives. So if you want to take a look at it, look on Anton Gerashenko's timeline. And also I've put it in the purple pill and retweeted it myself. Thanks.
Oh my God, you just made tears well up in my eyes. That's it. If a 90-year-old woman can make her hands burn all day long because she's doing, then I can make more calls than I'm making right now. Jesus. And democracy.io, the world can come together. What an inspiration. Thank you so much, Nancy.
Yes, thank you very much, Nancy. You're absolutely right. These are the things that I use to inspire me when I'm feeling down, when I'm struggling, when I'm having a tough moment. I look at several things like this that I've bookmarked. I guess many of us have done the same, because I like to look back at those things. I find it so incredibly inspiring that they can get up and do this, like you say, to show that determination. It's just absolutely incredible. And so these are the things I look at, and I think if they can do that and people like her can do that, then like you said, Cece, I can definitely write, call, text, email, all the things that we can do. All of them, anyway, not just one of them, do all of them. That's what I say. Email, if you're if the introvert hour, that's fantastic. You don't have to speak to anybody. Call out of hours, you can leave a message, you don't have to speak to anybody. But of course, if you are able to, please speak to people too, and also send a letter. I don't think it's that hard to put a stamp on things. I know it's not normally what we do nowadays. I always find it very odd when I have to put a stamp on something. In fact, I don't even read anything that comes through my letterbox because all my bills and everything are digital anyway, so really anything that comes through the letterbox is not usually anything important. So that shows you how much we don't use letters, but governments don't see it that way. Governments really like to get letters, and sometimes that can have more of an impact. And if you don't have time to write it, you could just print off your email, but sign it with your own hand, and then put that in an envelope, and then just on your way to work, pop it in the post box. So yeah, if she can make trench candles and do that, then I think we can definitely do all of those things. Go ahead, Cece.
Yeah, it's that battle of persistence that, you know, I'm battling even in myself, right? I'm like, oh, I've called and written so many times that I'm cross-eyed and it feels ridiculous and it feels like Groundhog Day. And it can feel hopeless. And then I just think of how hopeless the Ukrainians feel sometimes, and then they pick themselves back up and do it again. And but if you think about it, what our efforts have done, it's not a zero-sum game as to now. There's a very good argument to be made that, you know, it's the people, it's everyone that was like, what the hell are you talking about, get back. And it is my belief that the negotiators came back because of what their constituency railed against them. Like, what the, oh, you're going home. Like, they were going home. The reports were they were going home, right? So we are making progress. Our calls have mattered already, right? And because they matter so much right now, is because now we're trying to get the rest of the Senate and or the House to come back and actually vote on it. So I feel like the way that it lays out is that we've had this victory here, right? We've had this great thing where we kept them there. So like what we're doing is actually making progress. The difficulty comes is because it's just hard to see, right? Because you just do it over and over and over and over again, and it's just crazy making, and you're like, oh, it's not going to make any difference. You know, I hear these senators' comments, and you know, everything I'm doing, I need to do my Christmas stuff. Is not going to make a difference. They'll figure it out somehow. And they're, you know, I don't think that that's a good way to look at it at all, because it will make the difference in the outcome of the war. So I'm just talking to myself while I'm talking out loud here, but that really is, we pushed them back into negotiations, and now we're going to push them into writing the thing and paying for it.
Thank you, Cece. Sorry, guys, I was coughing then. Kerry, we finally managed to get you up. Welcome.
Hiya, darling. Yeah, I've been having a bit of a problem. Hi, Cece. Yeah, I completely concur with what you're saying, Cece, about not, about not giving up, literally not giving up. This has always been my touchstone in life, is literally do not give up. Yourself, individually, you personally, as a person, whatever your objective is, do not give up. And that's something that I admire. For example, when I look at mockers, that's something I admire of myself in terms of my CPTSD. If I had to, I could have easily decided to give up. And it is so important, just one step in front of the other. Look at your and in our scenario here,
I think we're losing you a bit, Kerry.
Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, that's better. You were just rubber banding a little bit for a minute.
I'm going to stand here and hope that the signal's okay. I was going to say, even if it's one, even
No, we lost you again, Kerry. I'm so sorry. It's
if it
rubber
feels
banding.
like See, I will come back when I've got a better signal, darling. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Please come back, Kerry. Sorry.
Will do. Don't worry. Sorry. Bye.
Oh, bless her. We worked so hard to get Kerry up as well. So sorry, guys. Looks like we're having a few technical issues. Of course, we'll do everything that we can to help with that, but there's only so much that we can do. So I do see a couple of other people requesting, so please keep trying. Go ahead, Cece.
To answer a couple of questions here that I think is important to answer for everybody is that, well, won't it just go through in January? No, because all of these reps and Congress people are going to go back to their districts, as they always do on holidays. And they have functions and they have people who are just over and over again saying, like, you know, what about my taxes? What about my taxes? What about my taxes? Or stand hard on the border, or nothing else, right? So, which does not help us, because if they're not true negotiations and true compromise, then it will not go through. And there's certain things that Democrats will lose their constituencies if they vote for. So then we lose their votes to have it go through. So that's the disaster, is that and why this is so important now. And it won't just inevitably happen in January, because they're going to go back to their districts. And it's going to be these, you know, two extremes that we've always fought against, but now it's at the ultimate pitch. It's the ultimate cage fight right now between people who are like, you know, the Republicans who are like, no, it's my way or the highway on all of those issues that I just read out, that there's not going to be a compromise, which then the Democrats aren't going to do, regardless what your feelings are on either party. That's just how it works. It has to be compromised or else people bug out. So that's why right now, before Christmas, this is so, you know, and everyone's going to go home obviously for Christmas too. So it's like these days right now, this is it. This is what we got left.
Thank you very much, Cece. So let's have a look now. Who have we managed to raise up? Excuse me. I'm so sorry, guys. Everybody's got cold. It's that time of year, isn't it? Or it's the MriyaReport virus. We keep passing a digital virus around between ourselves, Christopher. So we're trying to get.
We do indeed. I can see Ali G, but I can't get her up.
Yeah, I see a few people requesting it and I can't raise them up either. So, but we will definitely keep trying. So, unfortunately, I'll just have to ask you all to persevere. And thank you very much for your patience. We do definitely appreciate it. This is why we say, like, retweet the space as well so much, because we do get like so many technical issues, and all these things.
I'm gonna recycle since there's issues. I just wanted to add a few points about corruption. Again, not sure if anyone can hear me, but I'm just gonna recycle and try again. Thank you.
Ali G, we could hear you then. Has she gone? I think she's gone, hasn't she? She's going to recycle.
The problem is because when we come up, it's silent for so long, you don't know if you're speaking or not, or if someone has invited you to speak.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating, isn't it? Sometimes I've had the same where I've been talking away and I didn't realise that the app like froze on me or something. I'm talking away to like a frozen screen, and really I've been kicked out and the poor other co-host is there having to carry the can. But nevertheless, these things are sent to try us, but we will not let them because we have more important things to worry about. So let's get back to what we were talking about. Now then, I've not seen a great deal of news today, Christopher. Have you? So we could all just catch up on the news together and go over some headlines. I wondered if you had something in terms of cyber that you wanted to discuss, because I think that's been quite an interesting topic recently.
Yeah, there were a few things that happened. Trying to find a little more information about the. So Russia had some scheduled missile tests that they were looking to bolster their renewal of their nuclear missile fleet, if you will. One of them was a land-based, and the other one was a sea-based cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. Actually, they did not do well in the tests. So the two missiles were Yars and Bulava, and the Yars is the land-based, and the Bulava is the submarine-based missiles. And the cybersecurity experts from the Ukraine Armed Forces went ahead and did a defacing of websites that Russian companies that were involved with engineering support for these missiles and for the Russian troops. The attack was done on the day of the strategic missile forces of the Russian Federation. And so that was unfortunate, I guess, in some ways, but very fortunate. So this just basically said the targeted companies are part of a network that participates in the engineering support for the Russian military, including construction of buildings and supply of wood. Additionally, there was infiltration and defacement of the website of the heating network of Chavaskari, the capital of the Shavask, never mind, Republic. The websites displayed the messages aiming at NATO but hitting Moscow, referencing the failed tests of the two missiles by Russia. So that was a little fun for Russian cyber experts. That was reported out by Ukrainian Forum. It first appeared on the Telegram channel of the Ukrainian Strategic Operations Department of the Armed Forces, Stratcom. And it appeared on their Telegram channel. It's a good Telegram channel to follow if you don't follow. If you're into Telegram, it has a communication tool that's used by folks over in Russia and others. Ali G, your hand's up. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you for having me back up on the panel. Yeah, there's some weird rubber banding issues going on before. I don't want to interfere or interject on what you were just saying. I had some information about disinformation and like the perception of corruption. I've heard a lot of speakers say that right now it's focused in America and it will soon focus on Europe. I'm not laughing at that. I'm just frustrated at it. But it's true, because there's a lot of immigration issues, I guess, and propaganda going through Europe right now, kind of like we saw before things heated up in America. I'm not very good at politics, but I'm just looking at studies. There's this one from the Pew Research Center. It says that political donors and special interests have too much influence on politics, and that ordinary people can have too little influence. So when it comes to the fissure point that CC was talking about, I really feel like it's that. It's like an erosion on values, trying to tear America, Canada, and Europe apart. And I may be wrong. I'm just observing here, but I think that with the current conditions of things and the fact that political leaders are being pulled back into the House, it's not necessarily a Republican or Democrat thing because, well, I keep saying war is nonpartisan. I hope I'm not wrong, but that's all I wanted to say. That this is just the beginning of a big fight, and America and Europeans really do have such a great influence on the rest of the world. So I just wanted to say that. And again, thank you for your time. I'm going to drop down to listening and learning now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elegy. Yeah, we all need to keep getting the right politicians in the right places, don't we? And there's definitely too much corruption going on everywhere. And I think we can all take a lesson from Ukraine in the way that they're dealing with that. I would like to see corruption like that rooted out everywhere, but that's a bit, you know, that would be in an ideal world. Of course, that can never happen because that would be like getting rid of, you know, bad people. There's always going to be bad actors in the world, I'm afraid. So there's always going to be a level of corruption there. But yeah, certainly it's something to consider. Thank you, Elegy. Christopher?
Yes, ma'am. Cece, go ahead, please.
I put a post in the nest for these letters and calls that we're all sick of making, but we're all doing it because we care about Ukraine so much. They come straight from a commander on the ground. 1,000 long, if you look at the first tweet in the nest, so 1,000 long range ATACMS, Lend-Lease extension. That's actually going to go and have to go in the next bill. No one will trust us, you know, as allies, if we don't actually come through. Another huge one, because this is how these politicians, most of us don't think about what our legacy is going to be. Maybe we should. We're letter writers. That's a big deal. But what is your legacy going to be as a politician? That's huge. They don't want to be on the wrong side of history, publicly embarrassed and shamed, right? And then that Guyana, Israel, Palestine, Africa are all different fronts of this same war. So we also forget that we know so much more than they do because they're thinking about countries all over the world and a million different domestic policies. So they don't have this granular information that we do. So please be a smarty pants in your letters and your calls, because you are one, because you're a MriyaReport listener and you read and read and read articles on this platform. So this is the don't let that information that you've absorbed just all go for naught. Like, use it, right? Be the annoying smarty pants in the class here in these letters on democracy.io.
Yeah, thank you, Cece. Absolutely, definitely don't let that go to waste. You know, it's very important that we share that information and that we use that information in all the tools that we have to be able to reach these people that are making decisions. You know, if that's what you need to do, then that's what you need to do. You know, they should be on the right side of history. That's something that I said to people actually on many occasions, because, you know, and the other thing I've said to them as well is, just imagine if you're wrong now and then you make the wrong decision, and when everything comes out, and then you're not going to be able to forgive yourself. That's something else to make them just realise, to, you know, just anything that you have to do to make it dawn on them and to make that realisation of how serious this is. I think we definitely need to use all those angles. Sorry, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm coughing like heck today, so apologies for the dead air.
No,
So-
you get a glass of water. I can just add while you're doing that Commander Mamuka was saying in his interview that I did with him that we don't all know everything that's going on right now. When it does come to light, we will be beyond shocked, and we will know that we had a part in this war, right? We didn't just listen to it as it was going alongside of so much of us, but like so many of us, but we actually had a part in it. And so the whole reason of him doing the interview with me, he's a very humble man. And in fact, when I asked, you know, how we could help the Georgian Legion unit, he said, no. You know, our unit is one of the more popular ones. So don't worry about us. Give to the other Ukrainian units. It's half Ukrainians in the Georgian Legion. They fall under the main directorate there. But I mean, this is just how the only reason he did with such great humility was to get people calling and writing, because that was my ask. So you in particular, because I told them about the MriyaReport, have a personal invitation from a commander on the Ukrainian front lines. He needs our help. This is like the Princess Leia telegraph. Remember when she was on that what do you call that, Marcus? Are you still up here? You would know that. Anyway, you are our only hope. He's asking for us to help.
Oh, risk mitigation.
Yeah, what was the Princess Leia when they project that
She was a
three-dimensional
hologram.
Thank you. You know, this is kind of, I'm putting his hologram here, asking for help from you guys, because he literally did ask our help here at MriyaReport to call and write.
Thank you, Cece. So yeah, absolutely. You heard what Cece said to everybody. You know, use that if you need to use that image. And definitely call and write if you weren't doing before. Anyway, hopefully this will inspire you to now, but you really should be. Anyway, you should not really need any inspiration. You know, we know you care, that's why you're here. So this is just a reminder, really, like Cece said, that a gentle reminder to keep you doing it repeatedly. And I know, yes, it feels a bit monotonous and it gets a bit annoying, but again, like we've said, it's not really that much to do, is it? You know, I know we're all busy, but it's not a great deal to ask. And like I said before, I use the Ukrainians as my inspiration, and especially when I'm feeling down, and then I look at all the things they're doing. So it's the least I can do. And personally, I just feel that I have a responsibility to do that anyway, just as a good human being. And I just could not imagine sitting there and not doing that. So please make sure you all keep up all the good work, and use all the inspiration that you need. But definitely do not stop calling and writing. And remember, it doesn't matter where you are around the world, you can use democracy.io, right, Cece?
You can, yeah. And it was something funny that it hasn't happened just a couple times, but a whole lot of times, is iterations of people going, damn it, I took up your annoying suggestion and just did it so I wouldn't feel guilty. And they're like, but my soul felt cleansed. There's so many different ways of people saying, like, it was so weird. I felt so much better after I called these people and wrote these people. And now it's become habit because it feels so good. So I love it that I'm the annoying asshole that prodded the first time. So anyone who's a first timer, once you do it once, yeah, you're just encouraged because you're like, oh wait, this took 30 seconds. I'm in this. I'm helping. I actually have a role to play in my life, and so I think it's just hilarious that people that's a very common comment of, I didn't realize how easy this was, or I didn't have to be an American, or oh yeah, it wasn't the painful. It's like when you're a little kid and you think something's going to be really painful and then you do it and it's nothing, literally nothing.
That's so funny to hear, but it's true, isn't it? You know, like you say, we have to give ourselves a break because we are human, and we do suffer from what they call the human condition. You know, we are flawed in many ways, so we do have to do these things. But it's funny, you're absolutely right, because I think what happens as well, Cece, is that people, when they find their voice, if they've not used their voice for maybe a long time, and then they find their voice, and then, like you say, to know that you're doing so much good. I mean, it made me feel so much different when I found MriyaReport, because I was able to combine with everybody else, and my little bit that seemed insignificant that I seemed to be doing on my own and getting nowhere, it makes a big difference with everybody else doing it together. And that's why, you know, all these things are so important. And when we contact our representatives and everybody do it together from all across the world, and when they hear and see about those calls coming in, and I really like the bits of feedback that you bring to us, even though it may be just a small glimmer of hope, you know, like you say that, oh, they're thinking about, you know, not about coming back because everybody's contacting them. So, you know, these things definitely do make a difference. And it does absolutely feel it just feels, it makes you feel less powerless, I guess, to be able to help. That's what I felt in that despair in those first days of the full-scale invasion, and just the complete powerlessness to help. Somehow watching these people that, you know, these bombs are falling on the TV, and all these people at the train station trying to flee, and just desperately wanting to help them somehow, and not having any idea where to even begin to start to help them. So I think that's the difference that it makes. And, you know, like you say, to just realize that actually it's just nothing. It takes a few seconds, and it's not about obviously how we feel, but it is nice to know. It's like giving to somebody. I think personally, I always prefer to give something than receive something. I always take so much more joy in giving something and seeing the joy that brings to some person than I do to receive a gift. Does that make sense, Cece?
Unless it's chocolate. But yeah, I have something too to bring up, and I'm going to struggle here a little bit with words because I'm not sure how to. Here, let me just give it a go. So many people, when we go home for the holidays, even though we're excited and we have loved ones, oftentimes, oh, and shout out to people who are alone on the holidays, because I've been there before, and it really sucks. And we see you, and we are your new family, and we're with you. But the ones who are going with family this year, you know, we all get put into a certain file, right? Like, oh, that's just little Cece. Like, a lot of people just think that you're still a kid, or they just treat you a certain way, right? They forget that, like, we don't have full lives. And so I just want to say that this kind of fits into there too, because, you know, people thinking like, oh, Andy can be a part of the conversation too, you know, like, and even if they persist in thinking that, you know, you yourself have done great things by calling and writing people, you know what I mean? And that as you sit at these tables and people are just like, oh, that's uncle so and so, oh, that's niece so and so, that you're actually like, and it can be kind of depressing too, like, I'm almost like a caricature to some people, not to everyone, right? There's people in our family that are not like that, but most people that I've heard from my friends have people in their family that don't really realize that, and that's just one part of the holidays, Hanukkah or Christmas, or anything that you celebrate can be a little frustrating, but you'll have this secret, you know, that you've done really great things. Even if they didn't take very long and weren't time intensive, they were really great things, and make the holidays a little easier mentally.
Thank you, Cece. Okie dokie, so we have no hands right now, Christopher. Oh, we actually do. We have Marcus. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah. So someone wrote me a DM just in surprise about me joking earlier about writing Lindsey Graham, pretending to be an American. I was trying to make an illustration of how one could phrase our collective concerns about a World War III being caused by the indecision today, not purporting to have actually fraudulently contacted someone. I used the same arguments on my MP here in Canada, but just to clarify, I'm not saying I impersonated people in Congress or anything. Thank you.
Well, I didn't take it that way, but thank you for clarifying that, Marcus. I appreciate that, because we don't all take things the same way, do we? And that's all part of being the wonderful people that we are as well. So, all you wonderful people, all you lovely listeners, speakers, people who come and contribute, people who donate, what do we have to tell you about what's been going on in Ukraine today, as we have no hands? Let me know, Christopher, if people put hands up, because I'm going to go to other screen so I can tell people the latest updates on what I find out. So I was just looking at something very interesting here from Defense Intelligence, so from the GUR. Opponents of the Kremlin regime launched an attack in Belgorod Oblast. The main Directorate of Intelligence of the Ministry of Defence of Ukraine confirms that fact of combat clashes near the settlements of Terebrayinko in Belgorod region. As a result of the attack carried out by the opponents of the Kremlin in the Belgorod region, a platoon stronghold of Russian troops was destroyed. The unexpected attack on the positions of the units of the terrorist Russian army caused a panic reaction among the personnel of the local garrison. And by order of the local commander of the Russian troops, chaotic artillery fire was opened on the surrounding villages. Well, that actually maybe make me understand something else that I just saw. I'm not sure if it's in the same area, but I did just see that apparently it looks like the Russians may have shot down their own Su-25 with a book, which if they have, that will be fantastic, because that will be, well, I don't know, did you see the other day, Christopher? I saw a video where they tried to shoot down a plane, and it was actually their own plane, and they just missed it by, I don't know, I mean, not a great deal. The plane just tipped, and it was literally right above them almost. I was thinking, oh my goodness, I could have even hit that. Did you see that video?
No, I saw the text description of it. I didn't get a chance to see. I haven't been watching much. I've been busy with other stuff.
So let's hope we get to see a video of this then. So yeah, so lots of friendly fire from the Russians. So that's definitely good news. We like to hear that. It's always good when they do the work of the armed forces of Ukraine for them, and especially with one of those book things, because that's what they took the MH, I forget the number, the airliner that they took down. That's what they used for that, wasn't it? A book system to take the civilian airliner down.
Yes, that's correct. That was what was used.
Yeah, so it looks like the Legion Freedom of Russia have been busy in Belgorod then, so that's good news, isn't it?
Ooh,
So
I saw smoke.
you saw smoke?
Yeah, there was photos of Bavovna around a few hours ago or an hour ago. So yeah.
So it looks like the Free Russians have been busy again. Well, actually, the last I saw them report was a few weeks ago, and they said that they were recruiting on a huge scale all across Russia. They didn't go into a great amount of detail for operational security, as you can imagine, but they did explain that, you know, they were doing basically proper training now, you know, proper soldiering as it's called, because they've been trained properly. So they're now able to go and train other people properly, and they were recruiting on a big scale. So I'm expecting to see more things coming from them, and I believe if change is ever going to happen in Russia, it's going to come from people like that, or that's where it's going to start anyway. What do you think about that, Christopher? I think it's going to take some people as tough as those guys to make change in Russia, don't you?
To change it? Yeah, unfortunately. That's I don't see that happening in my lifetime.
Well, yeah, it's certainly an ambitious target, isn't it? Anyway, never mind, that's enough about Russia. So let's have a look what the General Staff have said for this evening. Kupian direction, the enemy, with the support of aviation, unsuccessfully tried to break through the defence of troops, and Ukrainian defenders repelled 6 enemy attacks. In the Liman direction, defence forces repelled 8 enemy attacks. In Avdiv direction, the enemy, with the support of aviation, unsuccessfully tried to break through the defence of troops, and in particular, 15 enemy attacks were repelled. 10 further in South Torenko, in Donetsk region. In the Maryinsky direction, defence forces continue to hold back the enemy in the Novo-Mikhailivka area of Donetsk. And the defence forces will continue to hold positions on the left bank of the Dnipro and inflict fire damage on the enemy. During the day, the aviation of the defence forces struck a concentration of personnel, weapons and military equipment 2 anti-aircraft missile complexes, 7 Shahed drones were also destroyed by the air forces. And missile units hit 4 areas of concentration of personnel, weapons and military equipment, artillery and ammunition depot of the enemy. So that seems like a slowdown to me, reading that. I mean, I hope they're getting a slight reprieve because, you know, we see reflected in the numbers, there doesn't seem to have been a slowdown for the past few days. Did you have a chance to check out today's numbers, Christopher?
Oh, no, sorry. No, again, busy with other.
So they're quite high again today. I mean, not the highest, but certainly not far off. I mean, 1,250 liquidated personnel or eliminated invaders, as I like to call them. So when you say that 1,250 is not in their highest, in the top highest, I mean, that's shocking, isn't it? I think what did we have the other day? 1,300 and something, and that was actually, I believe, the 3rd highest. So it's quite high. So to say that that's not in the top, you know, highest ones is just absolutely staggering. But what has happened today is there's been a big increase in equipment. That dropped off slightly yesterday. So today we have 19 tanks, 25 APCs, 37 artillery systems, 3 MLRS, 1 and not 1, sorry, 4 anti-aircraft warfare systems. That's just fantastic. 40 UAVs, 1 cruise missile, 56 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 4 lovely special equipment. So that is an absolutely excellent haul today. Of course, we have to remember that that means that the intensity of what Ukraine is facing is increasing, but they are heroically fighting it off. So this is why we need to do everything we can to pressure all our politicians to get them all the stuff that they need before they start running out, and even worse than they already have been doing. And speaking of actually getting everybody everything they need, that's probably a good time to talk about our fundraiser, because we are trying to help one of the units get the things that they need, and that's Scruff and his drone reconnaissance unit. Now, they need all sorts of things, but they've been very gracious and just given us a short list. And we know that the list is much, much bigger than that. But nevertheless, the list that we have is thermal drones, signal boosters, night vision goggles, ear protection, and FPV drone parts. So obviously we can't replace what's missing, and we can't replace the ammunition and things like that. You know, the only thing we can do as regards to that is keep up the pressure on our politicians, our officials, wherever you live around the world. Do the democracy IO, and then obviously contact your own respective officials, MPs, senators, whatever you call them, wherever you are. But in the meantime, we can give them every little advantage that we can. So if you're able to, please consider doing that by donating to this campaign. Scruff's a great guy. We hear from him very often. He comes to speak to us. We're very lucky that he comes to speak to us quite often in the space. A really genuine guy with an absolutely fantastic laugh, such an infectious laugh. And he's a lovely guy. So you have to catch up with him if you haven't had a chance to hear him. He usually comes in the night time and speaks to Prince Heather quite a lot. So maybe try catch him around in the European night time. Or I suppose the middle of the night, the European night time. And then, I don't know, maybe 10, 11 p.m. Sometime after that. That's when I usually see him show up. Of course, he turns up other times as well. So please try and catch him if you haven't. And consider donating to help his unit get some things that they need. And just give them every advantage that we can whilst they're being attacked from all sides by the Russians. And they are in desperate need. It's vital that we help where we can. I love being part of MriyaReport and the fact that we can give to all these different charities. You know, we know that they're all vetted, and the ones that MriyaReport works with have been vetted, and they're ones that usually They work closely with people that they know and links with people that they know anyway. So we see these things go direct to the guys on the ground. And that's another one of the wonderful things, is that you can get to see where your money makes a difference. And that's not something that you always get to do when you donate to a charity. You don't actually get to see the things being used or get to see the specific difference that it makes. But we're lucky enough to get videos and pictures, as you've probably all seen. So please have a look at those and consider retweeting our fundraising campaign. It will be finishing shortly, so we're trying to raise as much as we can. So click on the payment link in the tweet or go to MriyaReport.org, whichever you prefer, and please consider making a donation to that. So also, everybody could retweet for us. That would be fantastic. Get the word out there. Actually, you know, I've had many messages in the past few days, Christopher, from listeners telling me that sorry, that they can't find the space, and actually asking me if the space has gone away. Have you had any of that?
No, fortunately I have not. I've just had spam DMs and DMs advocating for me to buy some sort of male enhancement product. But other than that, I don't think I'm unfortunate. I don't have those your kinds of issues.
What?
Yeah, I said sex tunnels, I think, too many times that I got the genie out of the bottle.
Marcus is always here for those conversations.
Yeah, I was walking by my cell phone and I heard Christopher and I was like, what?
Yes, let's not answer those messages, Christopher. Not that you ever would, but of course we don't want to be answering those types of messages. But yeah, it's really important. That's why we ask people to retweet, because it does help people find the space. And that's, you know, it's really frustrating when you're a listener. In fact, I'm a co-host and it happens to me sometimes. In fact, now I don't even look at the space bar anymore. I very rarely go to try and find that because it never appears for me anymore. So I always just go straight to the main MriyaReport account and just use the purple ring joining, where click on that ring around the avatar and then join that way. So this is what I said to many people yesterday in DMs, that no, we definitely have not gone away. We will never go away, apart from when we crash, but of course that's just momentarily, and then we are always back. So if you ever cannot find us, please continue to try. One of the things that you can try, which often works, is to basically close everything down, clear the cache on your app, all the things that we normally say, force the stop on your app, close the app. But also one thing that really helps is to switch your phone on and off. That can make a big difference. And of course, then failing that, you will have to find us on the YouTube channel, but obviously you cannot speak that way, so that's just unfortunate. But anyway, we have some interesting things coming up for you. So of course we have our Israel and Gaza segment coming up later on, so make sure you don't miss that. I'm going to put that tweet in the nest as well, actually, and that would be fantastic if you would also consider retweeting that, and let everybody else know that that's going to be happening. So this is a regular thing now, Sunday to Thursday. So join the discussion on all things Israel, Gaza and Hamas. And we will get the latest updates and developments on the ground from M and Yehuda. And there's usually quite a good panel as well. So come and ask your questions, bring your comments, and join us for that at 9 p.m. UTC, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. London, which is same as UTC, 10 p.m. Berlin, and 11 p.m. Jerusalem. So will you be listening to that, Christopher, or do you have other things that you have to do? Oh, Tony's joined us.
Always, you know, in the background, I always have MriyaReport on in the background. So it's a sort of yeah. If I'm up and I'm at my computer, so yeah, the answer to that would be yes.
I kind of figured you would be like that. That's that's what we're all like, isn't it? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Tony, welcome. Go ahead.
Good morning. Nice to wake up to Yogi Bear. Thank you, Marcus. You made me feel 15 years old again. I used to watch Yogi Bear when when I come home from high school. Fantastic. Just letting you guys know, it's nice to fall asleep and wake up 5 hours later to find out the petition's gone up 100 signatures plus. That's the UK's petition, up to 7,545. A lot of tweets on this, picking up steam. Any news, Tracy, on BBC about that, or on the radio there?
Tony, I don't have a TV and I don't listen to any UK news, so I would have no idea.
Okie dokie. You're a MriyaReport person, stuck on here, like me, like all of us. I don't know how long my phone's going to last because the battery keeps going dead, because I listen to it as I doze off and wake up during the night when I hear something. No, it's good. We're here. We're not hearing anything that's happening in the UK, but I see from the tweets it's picking up a lot of steam. That with it all going to. It's good to know all the tags of your politicians too up there. I hope you guys there pick up our politicians' tags also when it comes to the F-18s and other stuff, and tag them in, because surely it's getting some attention with Wallace and the rest of them. So cheers to the UK.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see Ben Wallace getting on that, isn't it? I mean, this is the thing. These things do help, especially if you can get some, somebody like that. I mean, absolutely incredible. I think now, I'd like to see. I think he'll get involved in all this surplus issue and selling surplus issue and things like that as well. So I'm hoping to see a lot more on that. So that's definitely fantastic, and thank you to everybody who's done that. If you don't know what we're talking about, there was a petition in the UK because Sadiq Khan had decided, is it Sadiq Khan, I think? Sadiq Khan had decided that these ambulances were not going to be, not ambulances, there's two things going on now. There's one about the ambulances, that we're trying to get some decommissioned ambulances to be sent across to Ukraine. And then there's obviously the one that you're talking about, Tony, which is like 4x4s and things like that, isn't it? I think, and pickup trucks and whatnot.
Yeah. The petition's about the 4x4s, and then now via Ockers and a couple of other guys with a good following. But now the Weaver, I don't know if she's here. What time? I don't even know what time it is. There she is. She's there. Yeah, she bought up the auctions. L Jackson and Co. It's massive site in the UK, and they promote selling ex-UK military and NATO stuff. And if you go on their website, you can do an aerial view of their lot. It's set in the beautiful countryside of UK there, in the middle of nowhere, and their site is massive, and all you see is military equipment, a few large sheds, but a lot of military equipment that seems to be ex-NATO in Afghanistan, because it's in that creamy colour. A lot of ambulances and the like. What else what was I going to say? Yeah, a lot of ambulances in there. With regards to that petition, I'll just get him up. It was started by a journalist. I want to see if we can get him up. Rich Loft. He started that petition off on the 24th of August, and that was for the 4x4s. Yeah, he's a journalist in London, so it'd be nice to see. Oh, there you go. He's got a hold of my tweet now, Richard Lofthouse. 18 hours ago, so he must know about it. Perhaps we should reach out to him, see if he wants to come on the space. You guys heard of him? Journalist in the UK?
I'm not sure who you mean, Tony.
What was that?
I said I'm not sure who you mean. Do you know Christopher?
Richard Lofthouse. He's a journalist. He's the guy who started off that petition.
So because there's two different petitions, isn't there? There's the change.org one, and then there's the one that's been for the UK government site.
Yeah, that's right, but that's only for UK residents. The change, anyone can sign it. Yogi Bear can sign it from Canada there, but he can't sign the other one unless he's got a citizenship. Yeah. So Richard Lofthouse is just yesterday's he's tweeted his whole page. The first 4 tweets are regarding the 4-wheel drive. So maybe we should reach out to him, see if we can get him on the space. He might be a prominent journalist. Who knows? Be nice if we get Chuck Farrer, Wallace, Mick Ryan, and John Spencer all onto this. We can begin a AUKUS 2.0. I think AUKUS of the people. Go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, it's a great idea, Tony. We need to be doing everything that we can like this. I mean, you've started this idea off. It's many people that have seen what you've done, and then they've used the same idea, especially like in the UK with all this surplus stuff now. And like you managed to do, just to get somebody important to either retweet it or repost it, and that's just through tagging them and just through reposting and retweeting yourself and getting that awareness out there for all these different campaigns. It makes a massive difference. Like we've got the one in Australia that you guys are doing, ones in the UK. If we could see them all over Europe for all the surplus equipment that all the countries have, I think that would be absolutely fantastic.
No, it wasn't me, but ours is small. The UK one's big. I can't believe the amount of stuff you've got there. I think you all should pick it, L. Jackson and Co. Go out there and picket their front gate and don't let anything out. And I think Nell should get up to explain that, because she's pushing this really, really hard there. Nell the Weaver, she's there clapping. You should get up and speak, because this praise has got to go to you, Nell. Go, come up.
Cheers, Tony. Yeah, come up and speak to us, Nell, if you can. We'd love to hear from you. But I think we've been joined by Chris Windley. I don't think I can howl at you today, Chris. My throat won't allow it. I've got a sore throat.
No worries, Tracy. So I hope you're getting well soon. Anyway, I've got a sleeping Malamute by the side of me. She's doing a running practice, so she must be having a dream. Yes, she's doing the Iditarod or something like that. Yes, and the paws are twitching and everything like that. So yeah, we better not wake her up. Might be a shock. I was just going to say actually that it's interesting. So. Tony, I just went to Richard Loft. I haven't done this before, so I just went to Richard Lofthouse's Twitter, right? And I see this is an interesting remark from him. Nell's there actually, but anyway, okay. I'll let her speak in a minute. But yeah, this is an interesting post by him. He says, "I thought I'd have to close this petition, ULEZ, to Ukraine. But now the London mayor is in hot water over not helping Ukraine. It's just started to get interesting. Please keep sharing." So let's see what Nell has to say.
Hiya. I'm not very good at this, so I'll try and keep it brief. I have been digging around in the MOD, and I've posted a list of all the dispersal agents for all the ex-MOD stuff. There's uniforms on there, winter uniforms. So over trousers, thermal over trousers. I think they're £100 for 10. There's all sorts of gear. There's these Warthog evacuation ambulances, and we're just scratching our heads around. There's 10 of them. and trying to come up with a way that we can get them to Ukraine, whether we can get them withdrawn from sale, or we're even thinking about buying them. It's crazy. There is so much gear, and we're not sending it, and it's just obscene.
You done well, Nell. Just speak how you type. You done fantastic. We wouldn't have known about these, especially the ambulances. They need them. So just speak how you type. Don't worry about it.
Cheers, mate. And big thanks to you with this, with the uniforms there and the F-18s. I've been meaning to look for a long time, and you gave me the kick up the bum to have a look at what we were getting rid of, and it's everywhere. There's so much stuff. I don't know what the licensing is like for shipping these vehicles overseas. This is why if we can get them withdrawn and the MOD sends them, it's an awful lot easier than us trying to have a whip round to buy them ourselves.
Yeah, it's a war now. I don't think any rules should apply. Same with the Greater London Authority Act that can be amended. Rules for equipment. It's wartime. They should just put it on a plane and send it over. They should be more focused on the sanctions and CNC machines rather than worry about paperwork for this surplus stuff, this ambulances and jackets and that. So
yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah.
They can just, strike of a pen can do this. This, Grant Dabbs can just put his signature on it. Ben Wallace did this with the I can't remember whether it was with the in-laws at the start of the war. He did it with the Storm Shadows, I think, where he just said, "Oh, I've sent them." We need more of that. Just get on with it. Just sign the name. Just send the gear. We should not be trying to scrape a little bit of money back for gear that our allies are absolutely crying out for.
Yeah. And as for the kick up the arse, the kick up my arse was watching my own videos plus what Torix sent to me, 20 days in Mariupol Defender. That kicks you up the arse and it makes you think about what they've gone through, what the guys go through. Something that sticks in mind is he's that guy that jumped out of the personnel carrier onto a mine and half his leg was just hanging off by skin. All those sort of things makes you think that this ain't over. And the cold also is another one. These guys are in trenches with mice, no coverings, and we're selling tarpaulins in an auction sale. They would love these sections of tarpaulins over their trenches. Yeah, no brainers, and we've got to do this for the boys in the trenches because.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, what I've asked, I've sent a couple of emails, Shaps, and one to MOD. I've asked them to urgently audit all the surplus gear, and it can't be that difficult for them to just get those sale catalogues, get the sale catalogues that have not been published yet, and send them to the Ukrainian MOD and say, "What do you need?" And just let them pick what they need, because this is just ludicrous. There's gear here that we can't possibly try and fill the gaps, and that's what we do. We try and fill the gaps that the Ukrainian military can't afford. We fill the gaps everywhere, and they've got gear that we just can't supply. And it's going begging. I mean, what are they going to do? Fill it, that's an APC full of concrete and stick it in somebody's garden? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Can I suggest something else?
Oh yeah, please do.
I don't know how he or she may be there, but our Ukrainian ambassador here, Ambassador Vasyl. I won't try and spell his second name, but Vasyl is very proactive here. And he's, well, I've grabbed his attention with my tweets, and obviously AusUks, which is the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations. So maybe you should see who's the Ukrainian ambassador there and get him or her on board, because that might be that little push that wheelbarrow needs, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, yeah, that is a very good idea. I'll do some digging. I've seen Ambassador Vasyl get involved, and he's top. So if we've got somebody even close to him here, that would be amazing. So leave it with me, and I'll do some digging.
Good on you, Nell. You're a champion, and I'll keep to my promise. You get the ambulances, I keep my promise. I'll come and drive this tractor trailer. And let's
I'll
give
do
the
to
show
that,
back.
mate, thanks.
Let's give the show back to Tracy and Christopher.
Thank you, guys. No, it's definitely really frustrating to hear that, Nell, because that's one of the things that I've specifically written to my MP about is winter uniforms. And Chris, you and I discussed this already, trying to get winter uniforms, in particular the level 6 and 7 part of it, the two final outer layers for scruff. And we actually, I can't believe I've written to my MP, and then you tell me that there's no surplus there being sold. That's definitely so frustrating. So all the Brits definitely, well, everybody that's not a Brit sign the change.org petition. Everybody that's British sign the other one. You should be signing both of them, and let's get that pressure put on everywhere that we can, because that's a staggering amount of equipment, and we absolutely need to get it sent to Ukraine. I mean, like now, what are they playing at? How can they be selling this stuff? It's absolutely ridiculous. It's so annoying. Sorry, I'm getting on a rant now. You better go, Chris.
Yeah.
No, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. I'm not really looking at a whole lot of stuff. That seems to be there, but I'm not kind of trying to track down the.
Chris was going to go then, Christopher. I think he had his hand up.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. No, what I was going to say, and actually, I'm not going to give too much detail on this, but Nell, I'm not sure if we're DMing and that, but I will send something to you. But basically, I was sent a list, and I don't know where it's at, by people in Ukraine, and I suspect a lot of the stuff that was on that list that was needed will be in this surplus stuff. I haven't checked all of the list and that, right? But just to say, so obviously one challenge is getting it, but there is a list that needs fulfilled here from people that let's just say that we support in Ukraine.
Thank you, Chris. Nancy, welcome. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I was looking up a couple of the articles on these London ULEZ vehicles and whether they're available for Ukraine. And yeah, I would say definitely keep the heat on. The article that I just saw, and I hadn't realized this, but that the Kiev mayor Klitschko had written to Mayor Khan in September to ask him to see if the vehicles could be donated. So, the Ukraine has made the request, and this is from lbc.co.uk. So leading Britain's conversation, that's stated from their website. I also saw a reference to I think it was BBC that said that they had a copy of the letter, or the Telegraph, I forget which one. But so apparently the request had gone in earlier and is really kind of fluttering to the top now. And one of these articles says that apparently Mr. Khan has instead provided a website enabling Londoners who have a suitable non-compliant vehicle to donate their vehicles directly to Ukraine. But it doesn't say, none of the articles that I can find say what that link is or how to do it. I was actually curious about how long that website has been online. So I was going to do some snooping, but without the link, I can't do that. So I wanted to pass that information to like Chris W. With you being in the country, it might be easier for you to find some of that information. But yeah, I think we definitely should keep the heat on that.
Can I answer that, Tracy? Nancy?
Please. Well,
Yeah.
For my sake, please.
Yeah, I've seen that it was in the article. One of his representatives said that Sadiq Khan's setting up a website, a web page, and I couldn't find it. But I didn't know about the ULEZ vehicles, and had a look to see what it was exactly, and also Klinsko's article. So it was covered by the media pretty much. And just here, even 6 months ago, they were asking for vehicles. And as we know from the tweets, a lot of the guys were asking for vehicles, and there are a lot of groups that are doing them themselves. I think there's Andrew Mercado who just delivered a 43 or 43 in total. Yeah, so it's not been. They've left it up to little groups, to us sort of people to supply those vehicles. That's the amount of vehicles they've gotten. It's from people like now, if this goes through. So yeah, it's shocking. And just lastly, with Chris, a lot of those vehicles are coming. L. Jackson and Co. Some of their vehicles, they're described as like Swedish. So that guy there is getting most of the NATO stuff from Sweden and stuff. And Turixis also, he's chased his end in the Netherlands, and there's just all these countries get rid of their surplus. They're just getting rid of it. So it's just Europe wide, worldwide. I'd say even New Zealand get rid of their military, but they're peaceful people. I wouldn't think they'd have much military equipment. But yeah, it's big. It's big.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you so much, Nancy, for bringing us that information. Actually, I had no idea that the Mayor of Kiev had made that request. That's both interesting and frustrating at the same time, but I definitely think it's very useful. I'm going to be putting some strong words now in an email to my MP and asking him, like, what the heck? Because, I specifically asked about winter uniforms, and then to get to find out, that these things are going to be sold as surplus, and to see that the Mayor of Kiev has made that request already to Sadiq Khan. I mean, it's just, I don't understand. There has to be something that either they're not telling us or that, and if that's the case, then I want to know what it is. I want to know what the reason is why this can't be done, because it makes absolutely no sense to me. So that's something that I will certainly be highlighting and asking for. I want an explanation, that's for sure. So if they can't give me a reason, then that's going to give me even more ammunition to fire at them, I think. And we need to get that information to Ben Wallace, maybe. What do you think, Chris? I'm sure he doesn't know that, do you? He's been out of government, hasn't he? So he wouldn't know that unless he may know at the time when the Mayor of Kiev made the request.
Yeah, Tracy, I had to just go out and feed some of the dogs that were outside there. So I missed some of that, maybe. But let me just jump in on this, so then you could just fill me in on what I missed. It's sort of embarrassing, this. That Tony is a real pain, isn't he? Right? Yeah, from Australia. Because I'll tell you why it's embarrassing, Tony. Right? Is that like, about a mile from my house, right? And so I won't give names away here, but a mile from my house, right, is a place, right, that buys military surplus stuff, right? So they have got like a massive yard full of like former military vehicles, right? So there might, you know, lorries and all that sort. You don't usually see there you know, armored vehicles or something like that. You don't usually see them there. It's more like lorries and Land Rovers and that type of thing, you know, that were used by the military at some point, right? That's what they tend to buy. So they're sort of like stuff that they think they can sell on to to whoever wants a van or a lorry, you know. But I didn't really twig. Now, obviously, no, not obviously, but they're in mine and Michael Fabricant's area, basically, right? So I hadn't really thought about this until you mentioned it, right? And of course now everything's kicked off. You pain in the butt. Yeah. So yes, it's really interesting. So I don't know. I'm thinking about that. I mean, I think like once it's gone from the auctions to people like this company that I'm thinking of, that's maybe a bit of a challenge, right? Because obviously they've paid for it, you know, at the auctions, and then they're looking to resell it. On the other hand, you never know, right? Because it's just like, honestly, they've got stuff there that's been, I've driven past there, and there's stuff been sat there for like a long time, you know. So you never know. I mean, I might go and have a chat with them. But yeah, what did you? So sorry, Tracy, I missed a bit what you said. I just got like the last bit of what you said.
So Nancy found out for us that actually the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, had already written to the London mayor in, let's have a look. So I'm just looking at the article here. Thank you very much to Nancy. So he blocked a plan to send the cars to Ukraine that would have been scrapped. And the Telegraph obtained a letter to the mayor of London. He said he will not allow the vehicles to go to Ukraine. So Vitaly Klitschko's written to him in September, asking for these and explaining the enormous potential that they would have, and you know, just to be used in a variety of life-saving transport roles. So this is like, I mean, they don't have like Medivac, do they? So we've heard of the desperate situation. So I guess this is what he's talking about. You would imagine that's what they'd be using some of these for. But he wrote saying he would not allow the proposal because it did not meet the legal threshold that requires the scrappage scheme to benefit Londoners from economic, social, environmental perspective. So obviously he's been criticised for his decision to refuse, citing a legal quirk, saying it's absurd, which it is. It is absolutely absurd. I mean, these cars are being scrapped. How can they not? I don't understand what it means that they don't meet the legal requirements. Because that's why they're being scrapped. They don't meet the legal requirements here, but that doesn't apply in Ukraine, and that doesn't apply if you're donating them to Ukraine, does it? And actually, that guy, Richard Lofthouse, he's mentioned here as well in this article. Londoners who chose to scrap their cars should have the freedom to decide for themselves if they want the car to be sent to Ukraine. Standing with Ukraine against tyrants like Putin is not only a moral imperative, but also in the best interests of all Londoners and the global community. Sources close to him said that if Ms. Hall said if she became mayor, she would seek to change the law so that Ukraine could receive the vehicles. Well, we're talking about now, aren't we? Not what would happen when there's a new mayor. Richard Lofthouse, who works with Cars for Ukraine, a volunteer initiative that delivers cars said that Khan had shown a lack of political courage, and presumably it's no bad thing for Londoners to show solidarity. So basically, it's been ongoing since then. Mr. Khan's letter dated December the 12th was sent in response to Mr. Klitschko's letter in September. So basically, that's why this campaign's risen up then. So, I mean, I find that absolutely despicable, don't you, Chris, that they've already been requested by the mayor of Kyiv, and then he still turned them down.
Yeah, I mean,
And Tracy, can I add really quick, Chris,
Go
a
ahead,
couple, yeah, just a couple other things that I noted in the 2 articles, and I did, Chris, DM them to you, and I'll put the article links in the Purple Pill as well. But what I find interesting is yeah, it stunned me because I know from what I was reading, this program came up in August is when it started, and in September is when Vitaly Klitschko sent the letter requesting whether they would be able to get them in Ukraine. And what I'm curious about is I'm seeing several articles that say that the London's mayor has put up a website to allow individuals to donate theirs that way versus use the scrappage program. But none of the articles so far tell me what the website is, nor how long has it been online. Has it been online since Klitschko's request in September, or has it been online only very recently because of the public pressure that's starting to come to bear? I have my suspicions, but without the website, of course, I can't see, you know, when the domain was registered or when the certificate was issued or all that kind of stuff. So just something curious there.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look very good, does it? I'm a bit suspicious, like you, also, Nancy. I'm so shocked for that, and thank you for helping me out with those articles. I'm bringing the extra information as well because I'm reading it for the first time as I'm speaking to you also. So of course we don't always take everything in whilst doing the 2 things at once. So I appreciate your backup, Nancy. Thank you. Go ahead, Chris. What do you have to say about that?
well, Tracy, I think the good thing here, if there's a good thing, right? The good thing is that not really that much pressure has been put on this guy, on the mayor of London, right? So, and from what Richard is saying in his tweet that I read out earlier, right? You know, he was just about to give up on it when, you know, all of us lot jumped on it, type of thing, led by obviously Tony and Nell, right? And there's somebody else as well that I think that's been very active. I'm just trying to think who it is, yeah. So it looks like it's so you know, timing wise and that it's brilliant and that, you know, and I think we've just got to push it now. I mean, all my latest tweets that I've done, I've copied every single newspaper in the UK on it, right? So I think it just needs to hit the press, and we need, you know, and we need to put as much pressure on him as we can. I think it's all rubbish, Tracy. It's just bureaucratic nonsense, isn't it? You know, so we're not having this.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. We're not having this, and it is just bureaucratic nonsense, and it's really frustrating. I'm just looking at so it's called this. I don't know, the Ulli's ULEZ Ulli's scrappage scheme. So I'm looking at that website. So I can send you the link for that, Nancy. But I don't think this is the one that he's specifically supposed to have set up for to do with sending them to Ukraine. I think this is possibly, because I'm just doing a quick search, obviously, whilst I'm co-hosting, but I think this is possibly just the scrappage scheme itself in general, if that makes sense. But I'll certainly be having a further look when I finish co-hosting, because now I want to know exactly what's going on, and it's really making me cross. Go ahead, Tony.
Don't pull your hair out, Tracy, because you'll become like me, a shiny head. That's too hard basket syndrome. I'm sure he just said that for saying it. It's just bullshit, politician talk. There would be no, because there should be a link very fairly prominent on that ULEZ page. So I doubt that it's in there. I wouldn't even waste. I think we just continue hammering them through the media and stuff. And just on that scheme, can I just go over it how I understand it? Hello?
Carry on, Tony.
Yeah, so he's introduced a law last year that these cars be scrapped because they can't enter London because of the climate thing and emissions. So he's paying £2,000 to people who donate their car to him, right? So people give him the cars. The mayor, the London City Council, gives them £2,000, and then he's stuck with those cars. So I see it's gonna cost him one to store them and then one to get rid of them, because I don't think he's going to make money on those cars by selling them, because it goes opposite to his fixing the environment thing. So it's a no-brainer, and that law that they're talking about can, like I said, can easily be changed. So if he continues to pay that £2,000, and then just donates them or gives them to a group of an organisation, all he has to do is just store them, and this other private group can just transport them across to Ukraine or to Poland, and then there'd be other groups who can just come and get them. It's not hard at all. And what I was saying to Chris also last week was that the mayor of London City should adopt Kiev or Lviv or Dnipro as a sister city, and donate anything that comes out of the government, their medical hospital equipment, the vehicles, military equipment. And we should do the same here. I think even hospitals here should adopt a sister hospital, because they've all been decimated there in Ukraine. Same thing goes for schools, sister elementary schools, sister kindergartens, sister high schools, sister supermarkets, the whole gamut, because they just need it. I think all these things are just no-brainers and easy. Am I wrong, Chris?
Thank you, Tony. No, you're not wrong. I think, I don't know what's going on. Something's going on. I think that maybe they're making some money out of it, but maybe that's just me being suspicious. I would have to look and find out. That's just my own opinion. I can't obviously say that, but it's very odd for sure, because like you say, these are not going to be used anyway because they don't meet the emissions. And actually, it's not just the £2,000 for the one anyway. It's a full comprehensive scheme. So there's different prices for different vehicles, depending on the size of your vehicle and what type of vehicle you have. There's also schemes where you can get given money to like make older vehicles fit the emissions by having things done to them, new upgrades and things like that, where that's possible. I could see if it may be possibly if they were arguing, well, they don't meet the emissions, so we're doing it for the benefit of the environment. And so wherever the cars are, they're still bad for the environment. But it's not as if they've come out and said that. So that's what makes me suspicious. And it makes me wonder, Chris, about the scrap value of the metal, because if they're not going to sell them and get the scrap value to the metal, then it is actually going to cost them. And I would argue on an eco sense, would it not be worse for the ecology and for the environment to actually go through the process of destroying them? Because you'd have to do it bit by bit. You have to take them apart. You couldn't do it all in one lot. There's too many different components and metals and all sorts of things involved in that. But what do you think about the scrap value metal cost, Chris?
He's walking the dog. Can I answer that environment question?
Well, let's just see what Nancy had to say first, because she had her hand up. Go ahead, Nancy.
Oh no, go ahead. You covered the follow-up point that I wanted to make, Tracy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Nancy. Thank you, Tony. Go ahead.
If Sadiq Khan's worried about the environmental factor and the air, best we end this war, because I see a lot of smoke in Ukraine. I see a lot of phosphorus bombs and the like. If you're really worried about the planet and the environment, send the cars there so the war can be over sooner, and stuff can stop burning, because it's wrecking the planet. You know, we're putting away our plastic in our bins and recyclables here and this and that. And there's plastics being spread, metals being spread all over the landscape in Ukraine. Let's end this. And part of it is to end the war, give them what they want, what they need to end it. It's ridiculous, you know.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, but like you said, Tony, we have to use that, don't we? Use that frustration and turn it into action, just like you've done. So yeah, this definitely needs looking into further. I will be doing more research for sure. I will be trying to find that website. It's very odd because I don't see why. It doesn't make no sense to me, Nancy, why that they wouldn't put the link for that website, if it's live, in either or both of those articles. I mean, that's normally the way these things happen, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's what I expected to see and didn't, so it was quite surprising.
Yeah, it's certainly a little suspicious, so we'll definitely have to do some more digging. Chris and I will see what we can find out, and any other Brits that would like to also do some digging, please feel free. If we can all find out more information, that would be fantastic, and we can all definitely put more pressure on. So I've retweeted the list, the tweet that Nell the Weaver did with the official website, where all the surplus stuff is on there as well. So check out that. That's what she was talking about. And this is one of the things that us Brits will be trying to do, along with trying to get something happening with these vehicles. Kerry, welcome. Let's see if we can hear you now.
Can you hear me okay, Tracy? I haven't got the best signal at the moment. Yeah, good. I could
Yeah,
see.
that's much better,
Okay.
Kerry. I'm so pleased.
I'll cross my fingers that it stays. So I haven't heard the last sort of half an hour, but I know that Chris is talking about the Les vehicles. It stands for ultra low emission zone and low emission zone. So that's what the Les means. But on the back of this renewed focus on it, so the change.org petition that I think it's Richard's done has got about 400 signatures about today. So I think it is timely to push it out as much as possible. But I'm hoping that on the back of this, you've seen Tracy and Chris, because you're part of the group that's circulating the information about the emergency service vehicles that are coming to the end of their allowed life because of the Les scheme, around the end of March, I think, coming up. But what would be amazing if we can put enough pressure on, enough social media interest, enough interest in sort of papers, news, etc., that on the back of that we can tie this permission to get the service vehicles, the emergency service vehicles over there as well, I could see that if we build up enough of a head of steam, that this would then become a natural part of that request. And it is what I've been requesting of my MP. So anybody who's interested, DM me. I'll add you to the group if you're a Brit. We can contact our MPs over here, or anybody who's in the group already, get your British friends who are interested in the group. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you, Kerry. You know what we could do as well, Kerry? Maybe attach the tweet to the tweet that Ben Wallace did. What do you think?
I didn't.
I think
Has Ben Wallace done something about it? I haven't seen that. I'll have to have a look. What did he do, Tracy?
no. So Ben Wallace. So he's been involved in this. All this. So there's lots of different things going on. Have you not seen what Nell the Weaver has been posting?
No, darling. I've got. It's very close to the end of term, and so I'm madly marking at the moment. Fill me in.
So there's a number of different things going on, and Ben Wallace has got involved in one of these, and he's been saying that he's going to look into seeing if he can get some of these things, see why, you know, what's happening with them, and get them donated to Ukraine. So I'm thinking if we attach a post or a tweet to the tweet that he did regarding the one campaign, then we can link the campaigns together, and maybe he would be interested in speaking for all of the surplus equipment, all of the surplus gear, and, you know, any of those cars that are also vehicles, ambulances coming to the end of their life. The way he's reacted to the one campaign, I'm sure if he knew about it, he would certainly care for sure. And I think it definitely would do well if we could link all of them together and make it one big campaign to get everything that's surplus within the UK sent across. What do you think, Kerry?
I think that's a great idea, Tracy. If I'm looking for that info, can I find it on your timeline, the links to it?
Yeah, I've reposted the posts, but I'm finishing co-hosting very shortly, so I can post those to you. And I'm in the group that you're talking about anyway. So
thanks, darling. That'll be brilliant. That's great. And also, as I've sort of tried to really put across, there's no pressure, guys, to be in that group. If you get invited and it's not something you're comfortable with, just take yourself out of it, but only do the things that you're comfortable with, because I know, you know, we're all getting pulled by every quarter to get involved in things. It has to be something that you feel you can manage. But yeah, so if you get tagged, you're in the group and you're not comfortable with it, just get yourself out of it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kerry. I really appreciate you saying that. Absolutely, of course, we don't want to force anybody to do anything that they don't want to. But yeah, take yourself out of it if you have to, or if there's not anything that you can do that's useful, then absolutely, we all do what we can, don't we, Kerry? We all do our bit here and there, and we all add together the little bits that we can, all the drops here and there, in terms of donations or in terms of activism. All these little drops that we all do, they all add up, and we make this big push together right the way across Europe, and not just Europe, all the free democratic countries. So because it really is just a fight for democracy. Tony, please go ahead.
Just a suggestion for Chris, if he's there, and Nell down below. I don't know if this is good, but to tag Sir Richard Barons, because he was like, to me, a Wallace. To get him in into the support and let him know about it. I don't know who he is there. Sir Richard Barons, the guy who done the speech that Chris was talking about last week. And there's another one, Alona Hilvenko. I think she's been on the space. She's part of she's Ukrainian, part of a think tank at Henry Jackson Society there in the UK. that can probably assist also, or good to get in on the act. I'm sure she'd probably know the mayor of Ukraine, Zelensko. So just a thought now, Chris, Tracy.
I think Chris is walking the dogs, Tony, still. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've got to do everything that we can, haven't we? So Nell's just coming up now to speak to us, I'm pleased to say, which is just perfect timing because Christopher and I will be leaving you soon. I'm not even sure who's coming up next. Are you, Christopher? Go ahead, Nell.
Thanks, Tracy. Just to let you know that we've gathered together the ULEZ stuff and the military surplus, and we're kind of tackling the whole lot as one issue. So that long thread that you put in the nest has got all of it together as one thing. So Ben Wallace has tagged in all of it. So hopefully he's going to run with both things. That's certainly how I've been trying to get them to look at it, because we need to send them all the surplus gear that we've got, whatever it is and from whatever source it is, and just get it out to Ukraine as quickly as we can.
Oh, that's brilliant news. Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you for sure. We definitely need to. But that's fantastic. Thank you for letting us know that. Yeah, so it's great that it's all in a thread. Much appreciated, Nell. Thank you. So, Christopher, it looks like you are staying, and I'm the one that's getting booted out then.
Yep, I'm just taking over, hanging,
Okay.
filling in, as it were.
Filling in, as it were. So I will take this opportunity to say thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you putting up with my croaky voice today. I apologise. I will make sure I get extra honey, and hopefully it will be better for you all tomorrow. And thank you so much, Christopher.
No problem, Tracy. Have a good night. I'll talk with you tomorrow. All right. Well, Axel is on his way up. Looks like he's about to join me as co-host.
Yappa dabba
this is-
doo.
Yabba dabba doo. There you are, sir. How are you?
Well, I'm trying to move a few stones here, but there you go.
Very good.
I hope they're not kidney stones.
Oh, come on. I knew that was coming. No, they're not. Unfortunately not. And it's not the one stone too many I to carry around with me convivially and conveniently. And unfortunately, no, none of that. It is actually literally the stones which I had to put out here as our wonderful snow is thawing. Loads of fun. But there you go. Anyway.
Oh, very good. Well, we've been having a conversation about surplus material that has sparked interest in people and some politicians, and making sure that that material doesn't get auctioned off for pennies on the dollar and moved to Ukraine. So it's been a pretty good discussion for the last hour or so.
Yeah, yin and yang, huh? Say two sides of the coin. Get rid of Sadiq Khan, who has been visiting predominantly pro-Palestinian and so-called pro, shall we say, by means of negative interest, shown a disregard for the plight of the Jewish communities in London recently, since the October 7th, as well as denigrating the needs of Ukraine by saying that, by finding ways to bureaucratically disregard, derogate, and completely deflect the possibilities of people giving their 4x4s easily under an existing scheme to Ukraine. And yes, we could discuss the many, say, do's and do nots and why nots and if nots and have nots and could nots. But all in all, that's just bureaucratic crap.
Indeed. I'm having some problems. I see people requesting, but I can't, haven't been for the last hour plus or so. So I'm going to recycle and I'll come back up.
Alrighty, and whilst that is ongoing, so I can see that there are a number of people requesting, so I'm going to put up Mark as well as Alex in just about a second, and I presume they'll have some good ideas to talk about on Sunday evening. Mark, good evening. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks. Thank you. Actually, I'm very well. I hope you're well too. A bit late to the. Sorry, I just want to finish off, if I may, on the ULEZ thing and the situation. I think the answer that was given, oh, you can't use those vehicles to give them to Ukraine, is a very simplistic bureaucratic answer, which I think, if you look at the criteria for, I think it makes perfect sense to give them to Ukraine. So, unfortunately, we're in the time of year now, in the Christmas break approaching fast. I would hope direct letters to Mr. Khan would help. Also, though, it's worth writing to the other members of the Greater London Authority, or whatever it's now called. I think it's called the Greater London Authority, of all political parties, to get them to support this idea. ULEZ expansion was a bit controversial. Yes, I understand the health benefits of getting rid of the worst offenders, but this is a bit of a win to be able to use those vehicles. So I think it's worth trying to persuade all parties, literally all parties, and Mr. Khan directly to support the donation to Ukraine. The other thing is just worth mentioning. I'm just having a quick look at this.
Well, you don't have executive orders in Britain, but you do have, you have a couple of principles which you could very ably employ.
Yeah, I think the mayor probably has a lot of delegated powers. He could probably do it. Equally, he is held to account. He's answerable to the Greater London Authority. So when he gets, especially in the new year.
Okay, but Mark, let's be honest. He just doesn't want to do it.
Well,
he has been showing his disregard for Jewish communities and the Ukrainians now more than enough. All right, the guy has shown his true colors. He should be voted out of office anyway. The guy is an absolute, complete, and utter nutter. But that's just my personal opinion. If you really want to hear the truth,
yeah. Okay.
Does it matter? Does it matter? Yes, it does matter. Does it matter that he does it under the pretext of ESG, ULE? I mean, oil of ULE, quite literally in this case. It's astonishing that this guy dares do this and literally spit in the face of Ukrainians, those who want to pragmatically help Ukraine, that he has been spitting in the face of Jewish committees recently. It just shows his true colors. The guy should not be in public office.
Well, that's a bigger thing than I can deal with.
Yeah, I know, sorry, but somebody has to say it. I'm allowed to say that. I mean,
of course, you can say whatever you want. Yeah, of course. Can I just add a slight additional point, if I may? I was having a quick look to see, I was thinking about other people who could be approached to try and support the donations of vehicles, especially the emergency vehicles. I don't know the ins and outs of this one, but certainly I think I've seen, if you like, convoys of vehicles being sent from the UK and from other parts of Europe to Ukraine. And I think if you look at how it's organized, there's normally an authority, a fire and rescue authority, who can do that. They can make decisions about how they use their surplus equipment, the kit they're getting rid of. Equally, one can talk to the people like the Fire Brigade Union or the Ambulance Workers Union, because many of those are decent people who will have their own, they all want to be supportive. There's a community, across the fire services of the world, isn't there? So they may be willing to cooperate and help with that. And the last point I just want to make briefly is I was looking at who the different cities are twinned with. I didn't realise that Edinburgh is basically twinned with Kyiv. It's been linked since 1989, in fact. And Liverpool is twinned with Odessa, and Glasgow has recently switched from Rostov-on-Don to Mykolaiv. Sorry if I mispronounced the name. So, there are communities in Britain who have a direct interest from that perspective. And again, they could be approached and say, what can you do to donate old equipment to Ukraine? Thank you.
I was just about to say it's so funny. I mean, Edinburgh, of course, fits with Kiev. That's completely fine as an eminent, say, city within the political process in Britain, for that matter. Having said this, just imagine. Let's play this out. If we could literally bring the intense fervor of both the old firm as well as the magnificent strength of the say football supporting culture of Liverpool between both the Toffees and the FC to bear on both Odessa and Mykolaiv. That would be grand. We should actually have those two stadiums be fully decked out in Ukrainian colors next time around.
Absolutely. Thank you, Axel.
All righty. Yes, and for people who dislike my views on Sadiq Khan, they should look as to who he has been representing in the past when he was still considering himself a solicitor, and what he has been introducing into London, and how he has operated, what kind of public events he has taken, and what kind of stance he has taken vis-a-vis Israel in recent weeks. And if that is not enough for you, just read what the guy has been writing. Read him, just with others who are despicable and use and abuse their path through the institutions for their agenda. Always look at what people say and what they write, because it sticks. And in this case, it absolutely does. He's a hard left, can't be exculpated, but he's a hard left, shall we say, tolerant of Islamist influence and a peacenik to those cultures which have obviously found ways to infiltrate London without being kept in check. There is no assimilation, there is segregation at hand and subjugation, and that is really bad. And the city is not safer for it. Having said this, Alex, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I do not know the origin of it. Like, apparently mayor of Kiev asked for something, and then mayor of London, which I honestly see London differently. I think this guy is he's not in his right place. He's probably be better somewhere else, but yeah. I cannot vote for mayor of London. It's really choice of inhabitants of London, but from what I can tell recently, it's it's something else. I don't know how to put it, but yeah, I think Axel, you put it much better. But looking on Ukrainian side, I think also, mayor of Kiev has a lot of work to do, and I do not know if the biggest problem is lack of some kind of used vehicles, unless I'm missing important part of context. But I think Ukrainian capital needs to, because there is a propaganda. This is propaganda war, and I'm not saying on the Kiev part. I'm saying on Russian part, and they are always trying to, one of narratives Russia is pushing now is that that Kiev lives its separate life. Like they are trying to keep their happy life while everybody else is having to risk their life in the front line. So basically, they are projecting whatever can be 100% said about Moscow and St. Petersburg. They are trying now to project to Kiev, and going beyond central Ukrainian government and trying to get something from somewhere. First, sounds populist. Second, again, you need to address biggest problem. Ukraine is a nation fighting for its survival, and the capital should lead this fight. And that's what the image capital should be projecting, not trying to get some, used vehicles from somewhere else. This is all diversion of efforts, so to speak. And I don't think it was a good idea from Kiev mayor. I know he has problems. He was criticized on too many grounds, like they are starting some kind of reconstruction in the middle of a war. I mean, there will be time for reconstruction, but I mean, let's get real here. Nobody will continue financing your budget hole while you are doing some, again, all these efforts, and even time for Ben Wallace. If people are willing to help, that's a very powerful resource. You should use it wisely too. You should not, ask them for something that you can do yourself. Like used vehicles, there is a flood of used vehicles in Ukraine. Yeah, again, maybe I'm missing some important part, but like bigger pictures, this is how I see it. This is a war, and Ukraine is fight. And maybe we are talking about, they do not have enough fire vehicles or something. But again, this is a capital, nation is at war, and first thing need to go first. That's, yeah. And as for Mayor of London, again, I can just repeat what Axel said. He said it very well. I probably cannot repeat it because my English is not that good. But again, looking from the outside, I had no idea London could look like this. And maybe this is not true London either. But yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, I think that people who want to corrupt, say, London from within have to do it by appealing to many different coalitions. And this is what Mr. Khan has been doing. And that's why he tries to keep, so to say, the rainbow coalition on the one hand happy so that he actually gets voted into office. But nevertheless, he works relentlessly with great vitriol and high intensity to ensure that one specific worldview becomes more and more tolerable, and that is completely, utterly bereft of any sense. If you want to have Greater London look more like Bradford or Luton for that matter, you're on your way. And maybe Mark, you can highlight the difference for those who are in North America.
Thank you, Axel. I wish I had that advice earlier. Once I was in a very short visit with we were newly married, and we were just in London for transit for a few days. Well, we decided to go to center, and then what I said, maybe we can get a better picture if we go to suburbia somewhere, and started to look, outside, like in the center. It was hard. It was, and I don't know what was the time, but I thought I was in the middle of some other place. Certainly not London, from books and from old movies. Thank you.
All right, Furious George. Oh, sorry, it's not Furious George. It's Tony Furious. I apologize. I only saw this just now. Sorry.
Yeah, I just changed it. He got me looking at the screen. Oh no, is he talking about me? Mark Fitzpatrick, thanks for bringing up the sister city thing. That's something's been in my head for a while. It's a no-brainer. Can I just ask you, where does Richard Barons, is he currently serving, or because I see he's vocal, pretty vocal for Ukraine? Mark?
If I can jump in, I don't know who he is. Sorry.
So Richard Barons. Chris, are you there, Chris? No. Okay. Well, I was just saying everything that we're whinging about there with the UK politicians, it's the same here, that we can't get straight answers on the F-18 question from, as Mick said, they deserve to give us an answer because we pay their wages. Luckily, we've got Mick Ryan on the case here, and Andrew Tillett, the Financial Review journalist. And now you guys have got Wallace there in the UK, and you just need to get more people on board. And now, if you can, still there, maybe reach out to Sir Richard Barron's. Don't know. Axel.
Yeah, sorry, no, I was just coughing. I apologize. Well, we'll keep it in mind. Absolutely. I was just looking as to whether I could find one of those wonderful tweets as to what Mr. Khan did in the days after October 7 when he visited, say, a what was that? I have to check this. Was it a pro-Palestinian kind of support and health ward in London? I need to check exactly the organization which he visited on day 3, and then there was another one a few days later, and it continued and continued, and he's done this over and over and over again, which is exactly what you would do, right? This is the kind of thing which you would do right after October 7th. Just for those people who think that you can't be expressing your position by, say, giving positive attention to things which are definitely utterly despicable. G-Man, would you like to have Belfast also be ruled by Mr. Sadiq Khan and his ilk?
Wash your mouth out with soap and water. How dare you? No. 9.
All right, 9. But why would you not like to have these wonderful schemes implemented by Mr. Khan to create such a nice, appeasing coalition of people from all sorts of different strands and still bureaucratically work for what can only be described as a very strange authoritarian system? Because you're not allowed to drive into London anymore with the car which you have, right?
I'm not a communist. You
Ah.
know?
God, so you have to be a Muslim and communist at the same time, and support the Rainbow Movement, and be part of the Labour in order to be acceptable, right, at the moment, if I'm not quite mistaken. Because, and are you then allowed to, as a small and medium-sized company with transportation vehicles which burn diesel still because you've bought them in, say, a good fashion 8 years ago, and you were incentivized to keep them available to run your business, employ people in Greater London, and you want to drive to the city to deliver important goods to grocery markets and the likes, but you're not allowed to do so, right? You have to, shed them all now, but they have to be destroyed at his leisure.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, there's. I get emails from time to time from the Together movement, who are the main ones protesting against this insidious, ostensibly on the climate agenda, but one wonders why they really want people to give up their vehicles, and control comes into it, in my mind. And that group, the Together group, the BBC, who are tame, mostly in support of Mr. Khan, it would seem, labelled the Together movement far right, and they were nothing of the kind.
Well, currently, if I'm not quite mistaken, if you are, say, a Liberal Democrat in London, and therefore might actually have someone who could be another candidate robbing Mr. Khan of voters. I mean, I'm not saying that you should be voting for necessarily the woman currently listed by the Tories, given the fact that evidently, the Peter principle has been used there too. But just imagine if you are from the Liberal Democrats, not necessarily a party known for being center-right or even center anymore, but you're now called populist right and ultra-conservative if you put up a candidate who could remove the new golden hands of King Khan. G-Man, how could you? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You're not a communist. I apologize. Mark.
Thank you. Well, speaking as a Liberal Democrat who was born in London but doesn't actually live there anymore, I would say I would refer you, Malad, to Wikipedia, which is obviously a font of all knowledge. The actual original idea for the scheme was actually introduced by Mayor Boris Johnson in May 2015.
I know, a complete nuts catering to one part of the electorate to garner it. I know, I do remember.
Yeah. So it's not actually a one part. It's not just a Labour thing. It's other parties too.
No, he took it. But you and I are both in agreement. He in a nihilistic approach to gaining power and building power coalitions, took away a large part of Labour votes by means of introducing this, because he could find a way to get into the hearts of some suburban female voters, which he needed to get because his polling said so, that he needed to hit the sweet spot between of the 28 to 35-year-old women in the city who do not have a car and don't like cars getting in their way. And no, I'm not a male misogynist prick. I'm just saying this was the polling which he followed in order to win an election, which otherwise could have been pretty tight, right? Mark, are the Liberal Democrats putting up a nice candidate who's pro-Ukrainian, pro-liberal economies, and, you know, a normal chap or a normal woman?
I have no idea who the candidate is offhand, to be honest, but I'm sure it's a very nice person and I would vote for them. But I think the key thing is getting on the message about getting those vehicles across to Ukraine. And just one little point of clarification, as I understand it, the ULEZ scheme doesn't stop you taking a vehicle into the central area, but it does mean you have to pay more to take it in, which obviously for some people is a big problem. And that's why that scrappage scheme was introduced. Now, it may not be enough to obviously. A new vehicle is expensive, and I understand the challenges around that, but that's the background to it, if I may say that. So
yeah, which for small companies, Mark, which for small companies, which beforehand had actually, say, had to work pretty hard to already pay the congestion charge and had to pay and fill in all the forms so that they'd be allowed to actually deliver into the city center. Those are now being shut out, and their trust in the system and their trust in the continuity of government and planning has once again been shattered, because small to medium-sized companies can always be easily rolled over by an authoritarian government. It doesn't matter which color.
Yeah, that's true. Let's focus on get those vehicles across to Ukraine, please. Let's focus on that. And I think
that's my point. We should focus on that, but that also means we have to highlight why it's not being done, so that people can attack those parties and those people who are in power who could actually make this happen. And this currently is the Labour government, or with Sadiq Khan in London on the one hand by acting pragmatically, which it could, and then in collaboration with, for example, say Mr. Gove or the new Minister of Defense, because that's the interesting part. The Minister of Defense could simply say, you know what, we're going to buy all of them.
That'd be good.
That's a simple thing. Where you say, okay, this is your scheme, fine. Oh, Sadiq, good idea. There's a big parking lot, it's a little bit outside of Sandhurst, old Air Force base, large parking lot. Drive them there, get us the values, we'll give you the money. There's going to be someone with a roll of dough. Problem solved.
Yeah, I agree, though. I'm sure there is a simple answer to it, Axel. I think if I just advise back to Tracy, I would say I don't think there is I wouldn't look for a conspiracy theory here necessarily. I don't think anybody's going to be gaining money out of it, out of the current arrangements, but I would just say, let's get those vehicles to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
100% agreed, and I would love to have this. If the Liberal Party or the Liberals could just introduce this in the next Prime Minister's question time. Is there still one PMQ before Christmas, Mark?
I am not sure. Sorry.
well, in any event, it would be nice if somebody could actually, from the Liberals, just simply highlight this, that there is a possibility to just simply buy this by the government. I mean, the government could just buy all the cars which are offered under the US scheme, which fit for purpose for Ukraine. Thank you very much. Easy peasy.
Yeah, and if I can just say one last comment, Axel, and then I've got to do some carpet cleaning, would you believe? The point is that vehicles like that last in Ukraine for a matter of weeks. They get through them at a fast rate. They desperately need new vehicles all the time. And any sort of vehicles is to be welcomed.
Absolutely. So even the argument by Mr. Khan and his acolytes made that these cars would still contribute to climate change. Doesn't really matter, because he hasn't quite understood that we won't be worrying about climate change if we lose the war to China and Russia. G-Man.
So as I understand it, Parliament's recess starts on the 20th of December, which is Wednesday. So I would have thought that means there should be a Prime Minister's question time.
If only we had some people who knew some people and could ask the question. G-Man, do you know some people from the Tories who, somewhere in the, 1820 to 1823, 1824, 1825 committees, no matter what you're hiding there on the backbenches, don't you have someone who could raise that question?
I'm sure there are somebody in the Tory party that could do it. I don't know any way of contacting one, because none of them are my. I'm not a constituent of any of them. I have a member, but I can't. That doesn't enable me to just go reach out and go, "Hi, hey, I want you to." No, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. And my MP won't be able to ask the question.
All right. Before we go to Furious, Mark, you had a replic to this?
Yeah, the way Prime Minister questions works is very arcane, like most of parliamentary procedure in the UK. And I think what I've seen in the US is pretty similar there too. Each party gets a certain number of questions, typically per week. The precise person who gets called is they have to catch the speaker's eye. The Liberal Democrats don't get a question every week because at the moment we're a bit smaller than we ought to be. Shame. I would have thought the obvious person would be Mr. Wallace. If he's really willing to attend the Commons that day, if he was to rise, as they say, and catch the speaker's eye, he would get called. I'm sure he would.
Let's hope that Ben Wallace does Ukraine yet another good service.
The other option, sorry for breaking hands, is for Chris Mindley to go and have a drink with Michael Fabricant and ask him to ask a question.
True. Furious.
I was just going to say to what Mark was saying before and yourself with these ULEZ vehicles. Yeah, all Sadly Khan has to do is just put them in a big lot somewhere. And then the other thing would be just to organise them. There's groups that are, I can't list them now, but there's heaps of little one-man or two-man husband and wife groups on Twitter that are bringing in cars. All they need to do is organise something where these groups, which are fairly reputable, maybe register with the Ukraine embassy in Ukraine, get these vehicles, whether it's 15 drivers or 2 truckloads, and then bring them to Ukraine, and then have some sort of receipt that they've done that and not sold it, say, in Slovakia or whatever. But there's got to be an easy system where these vehicles just can be taken and bought there. Obviously, with the military stuff, if they're donated, then that could be an easy C-17 government thing. Drop it off at Resnow and then work out who's going to take them. Yeah, but it's not too hard. But I think Sadiq and everyone else there are putting it in the too hard basket. Just my 20 cents.
All right, Chris.
Good evening, Axel. How are you?
Doing fine. And the
That's-
Navy came. The Navy came so quickly. I am still stunned. And
It just happens I was ready. Just happens. So I listen. I will. Michael Fabricant has seen the tweets, right, and retweeted the tweets, or at least one of them, anyway. I will send him an email. I will suggest to him that if there is a Prime Minister's question time before, what do you say? They recess, is it Wednesday? Did you say? If there is one.
G-Man said recess is Wednesday. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try both of those things. Just a quick one. The journalist that wrote for the BBC. So this is a different journalist to the one that started. Is James_Kelly, right? So he is the one that is on the BBC News article. London's ULEZ scrap cars cannot go to Ukraine, Sadiq Khan says. So I shall be including him in our tweets. So that's another journalist that will be on the case, which may help.
100%, and I think that Michael Fabricant would at least be someone who can wield both, say, a rapier and a sword, whilst in the Commons and having a word with people. Could he not?
Yeah, I think so, Axel. You know, I mean, he clearly, like, he definitely doesn't retweet like everything I tag him on, and he did this, so that, which sounds like it's of interest to him and that. So actually, I must go have a look at his timeline, see if he's got any comments on it. But yeah. I mean, I think he would do it. Sounds like he's up for it.
Spiffing, fantastic. G-Man.
Sorry, forgot what I put my hand up for. Apologies, mea culpa.
Chris, explain to me. I mean, I'm quite flabbergasted with the shall we say, garish laggardness of the Navy coming here on. Now even the Army. Unbelievable. What is it? Is it Sunday?
What? You're still in shock because I arrived on time. I've just had my tea. You're very lucky in that. I've had my tea. I've sat down and I'm hearing the conversation still going on. So like, here I am. I've got a very interesting chat for you to meet, Axel.
Please.
So I don't know whether you heard about this, but did you listen at all to Mocker's story about the demining equipment that had been provided to Ukraine? I don't know whether you were.
I know a lot about the equipment and where it went to, but I did not hear what she had to say.
So actually, you might know something about this. Let me just get my little notes here for right. So the story that Mockers came up with was a story about a Swiss company, Axel, GCS. Somewhere here I've got their full detail. GCS, right? And they basically provided a load of demining gear. GCS is Global Clearance Solutions AG. Axel, Swiss company.
Sweet.
Yeah, they provided demining equipment. By demining equipment here, I'm talking about like mini JCB type stuff, right? For want of a better word. And they provided it to Nibulon. Do you know Nibulon, Axel?
Nebulon.
Nibulon.
No, it sounds like.
Well, Nibulon is interesting, Axel. So Nibulon is a company that was founded by Oleksiy Vadaturski.
Yes. Okay. Right. Carry on.
Yes. Okay. So and you may remember that sadly Oleksiy and his wife were killed by a Russian missile.
Yes, I do.
Right. Okay. So now here's an interesting fact about Nibulon. Right. Nibulon was formed in 1991, Axel. Right. And Nibulon, the name Nibulon, came from Ni for Mykolaiv or Nikolaev, BU for Budapest, and LON for London. Right, because Nibulon is a company that was formed by a joint Ukrainian, Hungarian, British company. Right.
Yeah, but they were founded because two grain traders and a guy who was able to run, say, the agricultural logistics chain in Ukraine could come together. That's how it worked.
There you go. Right. And now, and they own land, but also a shipping fleet and a shipyard, and as you said, grain facilities and that. So that was formed in 1991, right? But in 1998, they had a $5 million loan from the EBRD to expand, right? And so it's grown very much from obviously 1998 until recent times. And so they paid 50% of the money for the demining machines, right? And then the rest of the money, apparently, Axel, came from a German entrepreneur, right? Into that, so that basically paid the Swiss company that sent them into Ukraine, right? Now that's right. That's that bit of it. Now, alongside that story, was mentioned a company called Armtrack from Cambridge in the UK, and Armtrack do a similar demining system to GCS, so they basically are competitors. So I spoke this week with the chap that's there. I mean, Robin Swanson at Armtrack, right? Robin was 35 years as an officer in the Royal Engineers, Axel, right?
So he would give David Brookfield a run for his money.
Well, exactly. That's right. And his last job, Axel, he was in charge of demining the Falkland Islands. So I guess
that's a tough job,
isn't it? Right. Okay. Yeah. So he is the one, and now so Armtrack, but basically smaller scale, I guess we would say, than GCS and that. But they have provided a demining machine into Ukraine. It's being used by, it's not the SSB or something. It's the Special Services of Ukraine or something like that. But it's not SSU or SBU. And also they've got the Halo Trust using their machinery as well. So so I thought that might be an interesting person for you to meet, Axel. I mentioned it.
100%. I do like my collection of Royal Engineers.
There you go.
The better.
Okay. So I've had to. He admitted to me that he was a bit of a dinosaur when it came to social media and that, but very nice chap. And he said he was going to go speak to his IT and social media person and get them to help him to listen to the space. And then I said to him, well, that's good. Do that. we'll be back in touch.
Then you told him how old you are, and that if you can do it, he, as a young, sprightly chap, can do that too, right?
I should have done that. You're right, Axel. But no, too vain. I'm too vain.
Yeah, I'm told Carly Simon now finally has relinquished her silence and has said as to why on earth she came up with this.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, so that I just threw that in there. Now, yes,
But they have sent arm trucks already to Ukraine, right? I mean, there's a couple of them there.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I do tend to remember that we discussed this earlier. What was it? Like in last year, November? Is that possible? That the first arm trucks were discussed with the ZSU to go to Ukraine. They had a couple of used versions. Is that true?
Why you? I mean, well, knowing you, Axel, you're probably right. I mean, what I will say to you, right, is that you might remember me banging on about a little demining project that me and a couple of other people on the space, David Bailey won't mind me mentioning him, right? So we were sort of like discussing this together with. Not to be too specific, a certain Swiss financier that you might know, and who else? Oh, and then somebody again, I don't think you know, who works for MriyaReport, right, or worked for MriyaReport at that time, and was over here in the UK, in doing something to do with demining. He couldn't tell me what he was doing, right? But he was going. Well, actually, I do know one thing that I can say is that we in the UK here we've got this project called Hands-Free Hectare, right? Which is basically a Scottish university and a Staffordshire university collaborating with the worshipful company of farmers on autonomous farming. So what they've done is they've built a farm which I think is in Scotland. It might be in Staffordshire, or there might be two, where the farm is completely run autonomously as an experiment. Yeah. And so he,
which is a very good liaison for Ukraine to be in with the livery companies.
Yes, exactly. So I know, and I think that I don't think I'm breaching anything there. I know that he went to see them on his little tour of the UK. Right now, Axel, we were basically going, okay. Oh, so one of the people has connections to the likes of Bosch and stuff like that, right? And Bosch have a project in agriculture that is similarish, similar area. So they potentially might have got involved, but the problem that we were trying to crack, of course, Axel, was money, right? Okay, who's going to pay for this demining? Yeah. Now, at the time, we were going, well, okay, there are entities, Norwegian Sovereign Fund, etc., that wouldn't pay for weapons, but might pay or might provide a loan or money for humanitarian aid, like demining, right?
Yeah, I'm in. Carry on.
Yeah. So okay, so then and then of course you've got the likes of I'm not committing Bosch to this or anything, but the likes of people like that who have an interest in the area, shall we say, right? So whether they commit actual money or whether they commit resources or whatever it is, yeah. So that's about as far as we got. Then the MriyaReport guy sort of like went on to something else, and it a bit died and that. But now obviously we've got here at least one set of people. So I think the GCS people, I think they've supplied or are gonna supply close on 100 machines for Nibla.
That's bloody solid.
isn't it? Yeah. So those are the ones that are going to Nibulon, right? Said to Robin, well, okay, I understand, right? We have to think a bit creatively about funding for the arm track machines to go there. And so I've got somebody in the UK that is a bit
By the
of an
way,
expert.
Chris, before you go there, I just checked. It was actually at the end of October last year. United 24 gave an interview about the fact that the arm track they had been procured. They checked it out early in April last year, and then got it across Poland in September. Had it in operation already mid-October last year, and that's why they were quite comfortable with it. They really like it, but the arm track is something which is to be operated in areas which have been liberated. We have to say that in that regard.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. No, yeah, actually, I mean, I don't know what you're. I could, if I go to the arm track website. I don't know how much time you've got, Axel. Do you want me to try and get this? There's
Do it, Chris.
There's an article on the arm track.
We're 24/7 here, Chris. You wouldn't believe. Let me introduce you to MriyaReport, Chris. Chris Windley. MriyaReport, Chris Windley. MriyaReport. We're here 24/7. We're in support of Ukraine. Bring us something about Ukraine. We'll be talking about it. Carry on.
But yeah, sometimes you have important people that you have to interview and that, don't you? And so
yes,
there's no.
And sometimes they talk about really cool mining equipment brought on and future guests from those really cool companies, and then they're called Chris, and they're from the Navy.
Okay. Right. So bear with me a minute. So I'm just trying to get to the right bit of. So if anybody wants to look, it's armtrack.net that I'm going to. Armtrack 400 demining vehicle delivered to Ukraine, and that is, read more. What date is that produced?
The interesting question there, and this is something which we would have to discuss with Swanson himself if he has time for this, is how many of those can be produced? Because this is, from my point of view, the way this is armored, enhanced agricultural equipment. This is the kind of stuff which, for example, companies such as Claas in Germany, which still today have their relationship with their Russian distributors. And Claas is one of the leading agricultural manufacturing and equipment manufacturers in the world. Some of the best equipment in the world comes from them. I mean, best, sorry, my American friends, you have no idea, but the best sensible tractors come, of course, from Fendt, F-E-N-D-E-T, Fendt, and you know it, John Deere, you do know it. But having said this, the
cultural tractor.
What did you say, G-Man?
From Northern Ireland.
See.
Is that where they're made, G-Man?
Not anymore, probably. Massey Ferguson, not sure where they make them now. I'm sure Northern Ireland, but we'll see.
Oh, okay, right.
Massey Ferguson had some very, very good, very decent engines, some very good kit as well. True. They never carried the heavy loads, but they were very good tractors as such.
I did notice that. I did notice the companies that maybe you're referring to the companies that Armtrack is working with, the logos that they've got on the website. But anyway, look, I'm on the article here now, right? So first of all, there's a load of stuff about the Armtrack 400 demining vehicle delivered to Ukraine. Used refurbished Armtrack 400 mine clearing vehicle has been. So this by the way, this looks like it was dated.
That was October last year.
31st of the 8th. This was dated. This, I think, this particular news letter. Being delivered to Ukraine to help clear landmines left behind. Blah blah blah. Armtrack 400's largest, most powerful demining vehicle in the Armtrack range, has a tiller and flail, can clear approximately 3,000 square meters of land per hour. vehicle is also fully remotely controlled, allowing operation to remain a safe distance. In addition to its size and power, Armtrack 400 is also designed to be highly versatile. You can be used to clear various types of landmines, including anti-tank mines, anti-personnel mines, and booby traps. Vehicle can also be used to remove other types of UXO, such as bombs and shells. In addition to the Armtrack 400 already in use, Ukraine has also received other demining equipment from international donors. This includes a fleet of robotic demining vehicles from the United States and a number of mine sniffing dogs from the United Kingdom. I didn't know that. These donations are helping Ukraine make significant progress. There is also an Armtrack A20T Mark II in Ukraine with Halo Trust, which is currently conducting trials with its rotary mine comb. Armtrack 20T is a versatile, cost-effective, remote-controlled UGV that can be used for various demining and counter-IED operations. It is small and maneuverable, making it ideal for use in challenging terrain that larger machines cannot access. 20T can be fitted with various tools, including demining flail or tiller, a robotic arm with a grapple or manipulator grab, and a disruptor or exploder for disposing of surface IEDs. Can also be fitted with a forward-mounted bucket, forklift, or dozer blade for light engineering tasks. Some of the apps: demining operations in rural and urban areas, counter-IED operations, support to route clearance operations, mechanical surrogate scout for dismounted foot patrols, and light engineering tasks. So I think that's about it there. You can read more. The article is Armtrack 400 demining vehicle delivered to Ukraine. So yeah, so we will hopefully, yeah, we'll get Robin up and you can have a bit of a chinwag with him, Axel. Axel. You're late,
Yes,
Axel.
sorry. No. I'm late because I'm trying to get one of those bloody sappers up. If you give me one little ding, then one little tick, then
Okay.
Cue in elevator music, Christopher, please.
I wish I could think of something appropriate off the top of my head. Tony, you've always got something to say. What have you got to say about that? Or what have you got to say about the last subject?
I'm just doing research here. I'm really not listening to you, Chris.
Chris, this is what we want to hear on a Sunday night or early morning in Australia. You know what, guys? I have you in the background, but I really don't care for what you're saying, and I didn't listen because it's not interesting. Thank you. That's very kind. That is extremely helpful. I sent a message to someone who's equally polite, meaning David Brookfield, to come up here and stand and deliver because he had a very sincere view as to the Armtrack 400. Let's have a little look-see as to whether he manages to get out of his funk and get on here. Alex, please shoot.
It would be nice to hear from him.
I have a different topic if you don't mind.
We are equally capable of walking, chewing gum, equally offend anyone. So please carry on.
Okay, so today or was it yesterday or even a couple of days ago, but Putin decided now to threaten Finland. So he's decided to create Leningrad military district, and I started to shake first, and then I thought, okay, well, Leningrad, that sounds familiar, isn't it? That city of Lenin, which was St. Petersburg. And then I realized the Leningrad military district was founded in 1709, I think, by Peter. That's right. He founded St. Petersburg, which was fortress in his what then was war against Sweden. Actually, it was on the ground taken from Sweden, but nobody needed that ground because it was totally unusable. I mean, St. Petersburg even today is totally unusable. It's just even inhabitants of St. Petersburg say that it's the worst place to build these cities. That's why nobody ever tried to do that. But Russians like through. But that's another story. But Russians love. They are both big cities. St. Petersburg and Moscow are.
Don't forget, they
Oh,
still call it Leningrad Oblast.
yeah, Leningradsky Oblast. Yeah, the whole oblast. So after Peter, there were then Bolsheviks. So basically, this Leningradsky military district, since its creation in 1709, is the number one of importance in Russian Empire, or number two after Bolsheviks moved the capital to Moscow because, well, Finland was too close. So, and it's kind of sounds funny why he, but then I realized, this whole superpower is big propaganda operation, so to speak. I mean, for 30 years, he's showing us cartoons about how mighty his army is. And then, but it turns out that General Zaluzhny, with some initially volunteers, this almighty army could not pass them.
We are so afraid, Alex. I can definitely tell you, our Finnish friends are so afraid.
Yeah,
they
I
are
know.
terrified of what they have seen as being the Russian army. They are so terrified that Putin had to clarify that he does not understand how Finland could have been dragged into NATO. Russia had such warm and heartfelt close relations with Finland. Sure, there is 500,000 Russian invaders skeletons somewhere down under below soil in Karelia.
I saw a picture
like
Finnish snipers are, jumping of joy hearing that Russia's created this Leningrad military district. But just watch, pay attention, because he is already changing the narrative. What he's saying is Russia was attacked. And we've long predicted this because, I mean, he stopped saying that he ever attacked Ukrainian. And I guess they are already preparing a different history book. It's going to be a weekly now or something, a weekly edition. But he already said that.
You know what the funny thing is, Alex? What the funny thing is, they haven't quite understood that a couple of people in Europe by now have really had it. We still haven't tossed our politicians over the edge. We still, there is this terrible thing Americans are completely politically correct about, the so-called thing, which is, by the way, it's not a criminal offense. I had no idea, but then again, I've heard about the strange predilection for dwarf tossing before, which I thought was strange and stupid. But then again, I heard that it was now forbidden. So in the country of free speech and free bullshit, they've now ruled out dwarf tossing. Now, if you want to go for something silly, the dwarves are what our friend John Howard once called the cowards and pygmies, which we've managed to elect into office because we wanted to get rid of them from real life, because we couldn't really stick these people. They were constantly annoying us and they were useless. And unfortunately, Western populace and populations decided that politics is really something so dirty that they don't want to be engaged in. That's the problem. This is what we need to change. People need to engage in politics, and they need to send some of their best people there, and rather than those idiots. And you should not send people there who are 20 years of age. I'm sorry, my dear friends who are 20 years of age now, can't help you there. Your amygdala is not even built out completely. And you can't send them there when they're 20 or 20, 25 or 30, because they're just too fucking young. They have no idea. They know nothing. Yes, you all 25 years and 30, you think you know something. You don't. You just don't. You have not survived trouble. You have not been at risk. You have not been in battle. Oh, sorry, you have, but you haven't been in battle and then built something else. It's different. You need a couple of old farts, male and female. And you need a couple of people who are really hardworking. And then you need to find out who is good at leading you. I'm not saying that I am, Alex. I'm not portraying you. But then again, there will be people we can find who are sensible, serious people, sensible, serious people. And those
I agree.
sensible, serious people we need to elect.
I agree. Watching this, for last almost decade now, I can't help but thinking, president is probably one of very few jobs that doesn't need a good resume or a kind of good experience in really knowing something. It's amazing. Like one of most important jobs in the world with least requirements. So yeah, no, I agree, and yeah. But back to the point, he will be changing this narrative, and we need to watch, and we need, like, he started this. There should be no doubt about it, and yeah. But watch these wobbly, opinion makers. Oh, you see, it's NATO again. Well, somehow NATO started it.
Yep, it's all our fault. Christopher.
Axel.
I need to grab some ice cubes. Can you deal with it for a moment?
Of course. Yeah. I see we don't have any hands. So that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not sure. So I'm reading just a bunch of sort of army-related stuff in the background. Russian forces, and they've been sort of trying to rework the current equipment that they have on the battlefield by trying to put some jammers on some as protective stuff on their TOS-1A, which is the long-range flamethrower, so to speak. It basically shoots rockets that, when they explode over target, they become incendiary devices. And they're putting in something, the Lesochek jamming station on these units, but they also have the cope cage on top of the, which is the, it looks like a badly wired up chicken coop on top of this set of the projectile launcher part of it. And they've got some sort of yellow jammer looking thing on the side of the tank chassis there. So it's interesting that they're trying to revamp their current technology out there to try to protect against the first person drones. Let's see, there's other here. We have other interesting items coming from, oh my God, here. So the T-80 BVM tanks, they're also going to be equipped with counter drone systems, according to the article. Main battle tank protection systems,
which they can build currently about 10 to 12 a month.
Apparently, yeah.
If at all, because they currently don't have the scopes and the sensors for it, so they had a little issue in the last 2 months.
Yeah, it's interesting that the drone protection looks like a Kwanzaa hut roof over top of the main part of the tank. I just don't
see really how that's going to do much in terms of fending off anything. So I'm not. I don't really get that. But if it makes them happy,
it improves the cooking temperature.
G-Man, you have your hand up, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm currently looking at the great state of South Dakota. I'm trying to find out what military defense industrial sort of base is located there. And I don't think there's too much because it seems to be pretty much farming. And I know there's military bases. The B-52s, I think, are based there. But I'm just sort of if there's anybody off the top of your head.
Which base? I'm sorry, I missed that while I was.
Obviously, just Dakota as a place. Yeah, I'm looking at a chart from the United States Department of Defense. Just what they've spent in 2021, 643 million in defense spending in fiscal year there. 2021 direct funding of DoD personnel salaries, defense contracts, and construction of military facilities in the state. Yeah. So I think it's Oh, okay, so it's Ellsworth Air Force Base. Is the home of the 20th Bomb Wing, which flies B-1B Lancers. And also possibly maybe the B-2s are there as well. I'm not sure. All right. Yeah, no, I'm just writing to one of the one of these senator people. I thought I'd put some stuff in there, but anyway, thank you. Also, what's the B-21 Raider? Is that something new? Stealth bomber?
Yeah, it's a nuclear. It's a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomber. It's kind of yeah. It's what's that? It's a stealth bomber.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Very good.
Yep. It's kind of it's cool because it's one of the ones. It's the sort of the movement towards open architecture. Excuse me, of systems. On the long range strike force. So that's a little bit better in terms of plug and play. There was a lot more of these things that were built as bespoke within their categories, and they didn't have a lot of the upgradability was always problematic with these things. So that's what they've tried to they're trying to ameliorate that issue. So
Okay, so basically that Air Force base is going to be the main operating base for that new aircraft when it comes on stream.
Well, I'm not sure about that particularly. It's
that's what this document says.
It does. Yeah. The only interesting thing I really know about it is it was named in honor of the Doolittle Raiders, U.S. Army, which were Air Force men known for their surprise attack against Japan in World War II early in 1942. So that's my only real thing that I know about the name of them.
A raid which was necessary.
They were a Navy detachment. They may have been Air Force, but once they landed on once they took off from a carrier.
Back then, remember, we didn't have it was Army. It was known as the Army Air Force. We didn't have a separate. We didn't have a separate Air Force online.
The Army Air Corps. These were Army Air Corps bombers, which were put onto carriers. And the interesting thing about it is that once again, history repeating itself to an extent. Once again, this raid was necessary to convince the rest of the House and the rest of the Senate and those in also, by the way, in the Pentagon, or in the overall defense arena in the US, that there was a way to fight, and that there was a need for long-range bombers, and that carrier aircraft could do it. Very interesting thing. One of the most interesting events there is, and especially given the fact what the people had to sacrifice for it.
it's always interesting how history decides that it's going to come in kind of like fashion clothing and re-upping itself. So that's some other things that seem to be on. Pardon me, I really have a frog in my throat.
You sound
Listen-
like me a few weeks ago.
Oh, I can still talk as of yet. I'm seeing this. The Netherlands. It's interesting, Axel, that a lot of very recently, in the last 20 days or so, we've seen a lot of reports on European Union moving stuff and equipment and kit to Ukraine, and it's nice and pleasant to see, including some things like the Reuters has something out. No, they don't. No, that's old. Sorry, that's what happens. The long tail of the internet. But it's comforting to see all these, especially countries like Lithuania, which doesn't seem like they have a whole lot to give, but they're supporting the cause, and so hopefully it triggers something here on this side of the pond in terms of our own Congress's ability to get off of its own ass.
Yeah, I think this is what has definitely shone through and has been made clear that European nations have understood that they need to step up, that their understanding is a bit late, and that we would have liked to see this significantly earlier, and that it would have been necessary significantly earlier for 2023 to be a greater success than it has been. Don't forget, I'm always highlighting this, that the one nation in this war which doesn't have a navy managed to defeat the Russian Black Sea Navy, yoo-hoo, and managed to get rid of 1/3 of that Black Sea Navy, forcing it out of Sevastopol. I think that's quite an achievement. Making sure that you can use the Black Sea for your grain exports in a contested environment, that's quite an achievement. At the beginning of 2023, nobody would have thought this possible. So that's good. That's a real thing.
It's very true. Marcus, if you're there somewhere, you should look up Senate sex tape. Inadvertently, I've stumbled across that article. I think you'll
Jesus
find that.
Lord, I don't
think
want to
you'll
see
find
any
that-
of them in a sex tape.
You'll find it very interesting anyway. We have two hands.
I thought it's typically only your House of Representative people who actually have these issues. I mean, you only have what, one senator every 20 years who have to rescind or have to relinquish their position because of a sex scandal. Huh? I mean, you're definitely less frequent in British politics.
This was about a Democratic staffer, with somebody else in the one of the Senate hearing rooms, and making a tape. Marcus will tell us all about it.
Really, seriously, don't you have? I mean, tell them to get a room. Fancy.
Well, they did get a room. It was a big one.
Fancy, please. Don't tell us that Austrian politicians are now actually not going into the dog park next to the parliament anymore, where Mr. Haider typically picked up his friendly young man in leather pants.
Sorry, what's that reference?
No, Christopher introduced the say very, very typical topic of a sex tape of a U.S. Senate staffer who seemingly found it necessary to desecrate the U.S. Congress.
Okay, understood. I didn't know that Haider did some desecration, but
yeah, it's the little park right next to that corner of Stadiongasse and Reichsradstraße. There's a little corner in the park right next to the Parliament and the Vienna City Hall, where people were cruising for a long time. And Mr. Haider was cruising about there.
Aye. Well, his history now in Austria. Current politicians causes other troubles. I found it quite interesting that Austria pushed Raiffeisen to be removed from the Ukrainian war supporters list in exchange for supporting the next sanction package in European Union. I found that quite despicable.
Very Austrian.
Absolutely. That was quite interesting, right?
For every child, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Axel. Good afternoon, Christopher. Actually, while I was waiting to be called on, I only originally had a trivia comment, but it's turned into a question for you, Christopher. I don't know how hashtags are working on Twitter now. If only one hashtag will boost something the most, or if you can use multiple hashtags to draw attention to other people on the net to join in and boost your tweet. But the trivia is today is the 120th anniversary of the Wright brothers flight in North Carolina. And so I might try to use that as a hashtag to draw attention to some of the things that I'm doing. I'm not positive if it reduces the circulation or increases it to have more than one hashtag. So if you, Chris, or anyone else knows the answer to that, that's great. The other was a comment on the Doolittle flight. The Doolittle flight, they did the practice runs for that on Marysville airstrip in Northern California, where my dad kept his detail Bonanza, and I flew out of that airstrip with him a couple of times, and he would comment that this was the airstrip that they practiced on for the Doolittle flight. Just a little trivia. I don't want to change the conversation, but there it is. Slava Ukraine.
Heroim Slava, thank you for that, for every child. And yes, the Doolittle raid is one of the most significant symbolic attacks ever rendered, because it showed the Japanese, A, we can touch you, and B, shore up the morale and the commitment of those within industry as well as within the DoD and in Congress at that point in time, who are still shell-shocked by Pearl Harbor. And it gave new hope to people, and the sacrifice associated with it, those people who flew those Mitchell bombers, I mean, that is quite astonishing. But thank you. G-Man.
Yeah, just was going to mention again, I'm sure you're well aware of this, Axel, but Estonia released a document entitled Setting Transatlantic Defense Up for Success, a Military Strategy for Ukraine's Victory.
So you've been reading my posts. How could you, G-Man? How could you read my post? I find it despicable. I should make sure that they are not public anymore.
I didn't read your post. The guy that wrote the article sent it to me. No, he didn't. Well, somebody did. It's
Kusti Salm put this out a few days ago on the day when was about to be published, and that's on the 14th of December. And since then, both the Estonian government as well as many other media sources have been stressing this. And thank you very much for reminding me, because we should have been talking about this today anyway already. Why don't you highlight why this specific document setting transatlantic defense up for success is so important, and why it is, how should I put this? It's quite a relief to see it and see it written down so simply.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's really quite fitting that it's Estonia, and it could have been any of the nations on our eastern flank. And there's no British Army of the Rhine anymore, but we don't have a very large army either. But I would like to see a British Army on the Narva, if we ever have to put troops into a forward deployment, which we do already. We have troops forward deployed, and I would like to see a British armored division, which we don't have one of. I would like to see a British armored division, or at least a brigade in Estonia, in and around the Narva. Obviously not on the Narva, because that mean there'd have to be amphibious tanks, and tallies aren't that amphibious really. Pretty heavy. But there's a Kyiv Post article on this, which I'm just going to read from. Estonia's war plan: Allied unity, kill Russians, ensure Ukrainian victory. And there's nothing wrong with that, because that's sort of, if Russians want to invade a sovereign nation and won't leave, then there's only one way to make them leave, and that is feet first in a coffin. Talon voices a war strategy: kill or wound Russia's soldiers and destroy its military hardware faster than the Kremlin can mobilize replacements, and the war will end by 2026. So it goes on to say, a national security policy paper, new released by Estonia's defense ministry, said Ukraine and its allies would inevitably defeat Russia, providing its supporters stay united, and that the Ukrainian military is currently killing and injuring more than 10,000 Russian soldiers each month. The discussion paper, which is what it is, setting transatlantic defense up for success, a military strategy for Ukraine's victory and Russia's defeat, was published on Thursday. It said the critical factor in what had become a war of attrition was the ability of the West to commit sufficient military industrial resources to allow Ukraine to defend its country. Quote from this document: the combined defense budgets of the Ramstein coalition are more than 13 times greater than Russia's heavily inflated one, 1.24 trillion euros against 0.09 trillion in 2023. There should be no doubt as to who has the advantage to prevail, the paper said. The defence review, produced by the government of Kaja Kallas, Estonia's prime minister, and an outspoken supporter of a strong NATO stand against Russia, said that Ukraine and its allies should focus on strengthening the armed forces of Ukraine, and in particular improving its ability to destroy military equipment and service personnel in 2024. The Estonian Defence Ministry document is not yet a formal policy, but is intended for internal assessment and informal discussion with allies. It assesses that Russia's recruiting and military production capacity is limited, and is unlikely to be able to manage sufficient equipment procurement to support 40,000 recruits every 6 months. Casualty rates are already so lopsided in Ukraine's favour that the longer the fighting goes on, the less capacity Russia's troops will have to attack and hold ground, says the document. The objective, therefore, should be to inflict a sustained rate of attrition of at least 50,000 killed and severely wounded Russian troops per 6 months, to consistently degrade the quality of the Russian force, preventing Russia from regenerating offensive combat power, which Ukraine has so far successfully achieved, the section on attrition strategy said. Deteriorating Russian combat unit strength due to heavy losses in Ukraine will force the Kremlin to exact conscription and likely trigger major civic unrest, or if not redressed, would drastically increase the success of future Ukrainian offensives after hitting weak and demoralized Russian defenses. According to official Kremlin narratives, Russian troop losses in Ukraine are acceptable and unit morale is strong. During its nationally televised talk on Thursday, Russian President Vladimir Putin said his country's invasion of Ukraine, the so-called Special Military Operation, or SVO, is proceeding as planned and will end once Ukraine surrenders. However, the Russian leader, during a tightly orchestrated 3-hour Q&A program, possibly inadvertently confirmed long-standing Ukrainian claims that Russian military personnel losses in Ukraine have been horrific. Commenting on the progress of the war and mobilization of reserves, Putin said that 244,000 Russians had been mobilized and that 486,000 had volunteered, making some 617,000 Russian service personnel currently fighting in Ukraine. Commentators were quick to point out that, taking into account the 190 to 250,000 troops had already been deployed initially in the February 2022 invasion of Ukraine, Putin's figures implied that more than 300,000 soldiers had been removed from Russia's current order of battle. The last official Russian declaration of war losses in September 22 was just under 6,000, after which the Kremlin has not published casualty counts. US media, citing declassified national intelligence findings on Tuesday, estimated that at least 315,000 Russian troops have been killed or wounded in Ukraine, a figure of somewhat 10% less than Ukrainian army estimates. Give me 1 wee second here. I've got something to do. I'll come back to you.
That'll be fine. Thank you very much. We may have a little thing which is upcoming because I really wanted to talk about this. Anyway, this is very funny. A friend of mine just was so kind as to highlight this. So we do not know whether we have a full hour or 45 minutes, but we probably just have to give it a go. Beefeater, why don't you come up and we'll give it a go? Jingling-a-ling, jingling-a-ling. Oh, come on. So this is so funny. You know what, that's the moment about live radio. We could definitely always improve in that regard. So drum roll. Beefeater, come on.
Good evening. Can you
So,
hear me?
right.
If you got me.
Good evening. Thank you very much. It's so funny because you and I have one topic which we both like a lot, seemingly, and that is Moldova, Transnistria, and how it all fits together. You have a couple of things we can talk about. It's very, very timely because evidently something is brewing, something is going on site, and we should talk about it. Let's give it a go. We may have about 45 minutes. I do not know. It's not quite clear when Yehuda and people are coming, but let's give it a go.
Okay, great. So let me just offer a few caveats here first. I'm not Transnistrian. I'm not even East European, and I don't live in Ukraine. What I have to offer, though, is information that has been born from referenced and evidenced research that I've painstakingly gone through over a period of a few months, and I've managed to summarize it and put it out there. I think it's incredibly fascinating. For those of you who don't think Transnistria is important or fascinating, stick around. There's stuff you're going to learn about this that is absolutely breathtaking and so relevant to the context today. I'll apologize in advance. We've only got, as you say, half an hour, 45 minutes. So it may be a bit of a monologue, but if you've got the time for it, make a cup of coffee and I'll take you through a little bit of the history of Transnistria and why it's important to the conflict in Ukraine today. You happy with that? Alan? Yep, you
Shoot, let's. And if you need anything in between, it's a region I've traveled. I've been there. I've been to MMK, to Ribnica. I've seen the plant. I was there before Sheriff was Sheriff. So please carry on.
Okay.
I will be glad to hear you.
Feel free to stop me at any point and correct me. I'm open for corrections. I think the research is quite authoritative and it's quite in depth. So hopefully it'll improve people's knowledge, but I'm also happy to take additional information on that as well. So Transnistria, it's a strip of land about the size of Maryland in the USA, and it's to the west side of Ukraine. The Russian, the Ottoman, and even the Austro-Hungarian empires have left their imprint on modern-day Moldova. Moldova is to the left-hand side of the Transnistria strip. So Transnistria sits in between Moldova and Ukraine, and they're all interlinked, and I'll explain why. In 1992, the Soviet Union was disintegrating, was imploding, and with the continent trying to find its way into a kind of post-imperial land, from the Soviet ashes, the new nations that were born into Europe and into the world had to learn what it meant to be free. For some of them, it was going to be a nightmare experience, and for others, it was like stepping out into the sunlight after being imprisoned in a box for generations. Wars broke out in Georgia, and Tajikistan, and Armenia, and Chechnya, with brutality that will scar the nations for lifetimes in this birth of new nations. One of the smallest wars that actually broke out turned out to be one of the longest lasting of them all, and that is the war between Moldova and Transnistria. In 1992, it set the precedent for post-Soviet conflicts across the continent. Russian-backed separatists committed atrocities and interference by Moscow pretty much developed the Russian playbook as it is today. It was refined in this conflict between Moldova and Transnistria. So once part of the Principality of Moldavia, this small sliver of land, of this countryside, it became the breeding ground for conflict over Transnistria. So just going back quickly into some of the history, and the history I think is incredibly important and fascinating as well without boring you. Prior to 1812, this area was under the control of the Ottoman Empire before falling into the Russian grips, who then named it Bessarabia. Have I got that pronunciation right?
Bessarabia, Bessarabia, completely fine.
Yeah.
That's the southeastern part of it.
That's right. So the majority of the population did not really feel Turkish, or neither did they feel Russian. And they identified mainly with their southwesterly neighbor, which was Romania. Tsarist Russia, still standing very strong then, said there was no chance that Transnistria would be allowed to unite with their preferred neighbors and the culture in Moldavia. At the outbreak of World War I saw Russia crash into its knees. And by the time Lenin and the Bolsheviks took power in 1917, World War I had left the Russians weakened. And at this time, many ethnic minorities in this area were able to successfully make a break for it from the Russian Empire, including Bessarabia. On the 7th of February, 1918, a peasant uprising overthrew the Russified elite, proclaiming the Republic of Moldova. And then they immediately voted to dissolve, that the new republic will be annexed into Romania in a triumph of ethnic nationalism. Not everyone became part of this new expanded state, though. Across the Dniester River, which is the bow of the Romanian and Soviet border, a number of villages on the East Bank putting them into Soviet territory, while the Soviets were deeply upset at the annexation and they rejected that. 1924, just rushing ahead quickly, They tried to lure them back in by setting up the Moldovan Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic on the east bank of the Dniester River, offering to guarantee Moldovans minority rights. But that wasn't enough to tempt them back. But
Peter, do you know what the language majority was in each case all those years?
I think I have covered it, but please go ahead. Tell me.
Romanian.
There you go.
Because the language of the so-called Moldovans is Romanian.
Absolutely. So the Romanians and the Soviets fought hard over this parcel of land in a fight where Nazi-backed Romania committed as many atrocities as Stalin's marauding armies did. And the end result was that the Soviets won, and Bessarabia came back under the control of the Soviets. So the Moldovan Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic was given its legs and legitimacy. And for those Moldovans who wanted to stay in Romania, this was an illegal occupation, where the Russification banned Latin alphabet and relegated the language to a second tier. And the bad blood between these two on the east bank of the river and the west bank of the river saw countrymen as traitors, some who had backed the Nazis and who wanted all of Romania to be controlled by Romania. The state was subdued by a harsh Soviet regime, so the discontent between the two Moldovan peoples was kept under wraps. But deep down, there was an anger and a loathing between the two sides. When this eventually bubbled out of control, it resulted in a wave of bloodshed, and this bloodshed and disaster was Glasnost. Glasnost is about Mikhail Gorbachev. He brought about the end of the Soviet political repression and the opening up of the USSR in those days to new ideas and new political movements. For many, it was the first time they could really define themselves by something other than obedient communists. The Moldovan Soviet Socialist Republic, that meant invigorating their identity under the Romanians. This saw the creation of the Popular Front in 1989, and that isn't a scene from the life of Brian either. This was a movement dedicated to all things Romanian and the return of the Latin alphabet and the replacement of the Russian language as the national language. On the other hand, on the Western Moldovans, they triumphed over the Eastern Moldovans in a great reset of the culture. This left the Russian-speaking Moldovans on the east bank of the river and the Turkish-speaking Moldovans in the south feeling that their culture had been stripped away. So it all starts coming to a head. And on Christmas Day in 1989, Romania's corrupt dictator was overthrown. This is Ceausescu, president of the Socialist Republic of Romania from 1974. Him and Ceausescu and his wife were also eventually overthrown and executed in a trial on the 25th of December 1989. A newfound openness between Moldova and Romania ensued, and the new Romanian government opened its borders to Moldovans who responded in kind. They became Moldovan SSR's first democratic elected republic under the Popular Front, which dominated in the coalition government. The new government rolled out new laws that were just shy of allowing them to become re-annexed by Romania again, and the new flag and the national anthem was adopted. And Moldovan SSR law was given supremacy over USSR laws. But they did shy away from Romania annexation that had angered the minority of Moldovans. The first group to jump were the Gagauz, if I pronounce that correctly, on August the 19th in 1990. They declared independence, established a tiny country in the south of Moldova. Without their own armed forces, though, they were vulnerable, as Moldova mustered a militia to deal with them. Unfortunately,
and they didn't declare independence by themselves.
That's correct.
But there was a small cell of, at that point in time, what can only be construed as Moscow-friendly, Moscow-educated people who thought it's a good idea to bring some real good hard cash and a couple of weapons there.
In fact, it was a bit more than that because they had Soviet troops that were still stationed in that new small country.
Absolutely, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they disseminated weapons and cash to locals to portray this as being something carried by the local population.
Exactly. So as a result of that, with the encouragement of the Russian-speaking Moldovans on the east bank of the river, that's all they needed. And on September the 2nd, 1990, the Moldovans on the east bank of the Dniester River announced their independence as a brand new Soviet republic within the USSR, the newly created Transnistria. So that is the birth of Transnistria. For Gorbachev, this new upstart republic became really messy to deal with, especially since the party loyalists in the Soviet regime counseled him against Transnistria. They said it was a bad idea. With the entire Soviet republic breaking up under Gorbachev's nose, keeping Transnistria proved to be impossible. The first blood was spilled on November 1990 when the police in Moldova tried to cross the river, only for the locals to block the bridge and scuffles broke out and 2 people were killed. Not enough to spark a war at this stage, but it heated up the paranoia between the 2 Moldovans. Over the remainder of the 1990s, the Transnistrians started forming their own militias, which merged under the umbrella of Allied the Dniester Guard. It would take another declaration of independence to turn them into an army. In August 1991, hardliners tried to depose Gorbachev and reinstate the old repressive USSR. That coup failed, resulting in the declarations of independence across Eastern Europe, including Moldova. But at this time, it laid claim to all of Moldovan territory, which included Transnistria, which is on the east bank of the Dnieper River, and the Gogol's homelands, including Transnistria. This opened up scars and wounds that are hard to imagine. Am I going too far? So you're right with me carrying on.
No, it's fine. The interesting thing is that at exactly that point in time, there already is essentially a small village, which is the location where the former Soviet occupiers and then the Soviet armed forces, the ones which then rescinded their control, but still migrated part of their capabilities over to the new lords or the new thuggish overlords of East and Southeastern Moldova, controlled one of the largest still in operation weapons depots, quite close actually.
I've got that covered. Don't spoil my spoiler.
Okay,
I've got that covered.
Okay, then I'm not going to spoil.
Because
It happens right at that time.
Yeah, it's all connected. So the exception. So here it is. The Moldovans decide Transnistria. They're gonna incorporate everything under the Moldovan flag. So here they started, but there was one exception. There was this village of Dubasari. On the 13th of December 1991, pro-Moldovans in a police station refused to give up to gangs of armed separatists. The Transnistrian Guards, this is on the east bank of the river, the Transnistrian Guards and the Moldovan police forces, they fought over the control over the bridge spanning the Dniester, and that resulted in 20 separatists being killed, 4 Moldovan policemen being killed as well. Things quietened down for a little while after that, but the separatists now had 20,000 men under arms and a mixture of volunteers and pro-Russian Cossacks who crossed over the river to fight, and Moldova had to rely on its police forces because they had no regular army to defend the nation. The fate of some of these policemen finally sparked the war. On the 1st of March 1992, Transnistria forces claimed the Moldovan police ambushed them and killed one of their paramilitary leaders, sparking a backlash. Some suggested that this was just a smoke screen for a planned attack, and that evening, the separatist forces and the Cossacks marched into Busari and surrounded the police station, and all 32 Moldovan policemen were taken hostage. This was a hell of a symbolic act at the time. Transnistria's leaders put the state onto a war footing. Remember, they had an army, whereas Moldova didn't. The next day, they hunted down the remaining Moldovans who had fled Burati, this little town, and it was on this day in 1992 that Transnistria War officially began. By the time it ended, by the time the war ended, hundreds would be dead, and the state of Moldova torn into two. Transnistrian forces destroyed the bridges over the river, isolating the state from the Moldovan control, and the remaining pro-Moldovans on the east bank were driven to the west bank. The international Western community tried to defuse and end the conflict, but failed. High-level meetings involving Ukraine, Romania, they tried to reach a deal, and with 24th of March 1992, a ceasefire was signed. But that didn't stop the conflict. Fighting continued. Moldovan forces gathered for attack in Tigina. I think it's pronounced Tigina, Tighina. The Russian name for that is actually called Bender, as I understand it. This was an important town for Moldova, as it lay on the west bank of the river. It was now an important town for the Transnistrian forces too, as being a stone's throw from their capital, which is Tiraspol. On the 1st of April, Moldovan police entered Tigina to regain control of the town, and this could have been achieved save for the intervention of another actor in the conflict that had serious military might and power. And I'm guessing you know who I'm talking about. If you're still there.
I'm here. I was just responding to one of our locals from Moldova, so apologies. I missed the last 30 seconds.
That's okay. So this is basically the introduction of where Russia has come to the aid of the Transnistrians. So back in the Soviet era,
but Beefy, what was the question? You had a question for me. So
no,
who should I know?
I was just capturing where you got the last part of it. I'd said that a new actor entered into the fray between Transnistria and Moldova, and I'm guessing you know who it was. There was a segue to say, yep, it was the Russians. But that's where we are.
You could say technically it's actually Sheriff, because Sheriff was taken over from the inside at that point in time by the SVR and the GRU at the same time. It's the first time where the SVR and the GRU have actually worked together, because Ukraine is considered to be FSB territory, whereas Moldova wasn't.
Thank you. So just to give you some context for this Soviet intervention, back in the Soviet era, Moldovan SSR was home to one of the largest ammunition dumps in Europe at a place called Kobazna, which is on the east bank of the Dniester River. That means Russia had a permanent deployment of troops garrisoned to guard this dump. When the USSR ceased to exist in 1991, all of those soldiers found themselves stranded on Transnistrian territory with no clear command. In fact, in 1992, there was a tentative agreement that these troops should be handed over to the Moldovan SSR. But after the events and after the outbreak of this conflict, on April 1, Russia reneged on the deal and rechristened this garrisoned station troop base the Russian 14th Army. A day later, the commander of the army demanded the Moldovans immediately withdraw from Tigina. This marked Russia's entry into the Transnistrian War. It also marked the end of Moldovans' hopes of quelling the separatists. On the 6th of April, Moldova scrambled for a settlement in the conflict to avoid the engagement of the Russian 14th Army. And by the middle of April, implementation of 400 international peacekeepers had been agreed. As talks dragged on, the conflict still bubbled away, with scores of Moldovan villages being attacked and razed. President MriyaReport called for an international force to come to the rescue and restore order, but again, The United Nations just ignored the request. At this time, Russia was alternating between denying their forces were even there to threatening full military intervention using the 14th Army. Clearly, this is another one of UN's useless failures. Then the Russians resorted to the playbook used in Ukraine today. It claimed it needed to protect the Russian speakers from extermination camps by Moldovans. Moldova was left to fight it out without any Western support. Climaxing in June 1992, they made the last attempt to reclaim the entire Western Bank and revisited attacking Tagina. Unfortunately, by now, Russia had rolled out tanks into the town to protect it. Moldovan forces managed to destroy 3 tanks. The street fighting was brutal and it was the bloodiest day of the war. And after 2 days, around 200 Moldovan fighters had been killed. The city had been turned upside down and into rubble. This saw the end of Moldovans' dreams, losing with dignity, and Moscow declared it would commit more units if they tried to take the city again. Over the next month, Moldovans were forced to sue for peace. Moscow rejected the proposals for an international peacekeeping force and instead demanded that peace would be kept firmly and permanently by placing 1,500 Russian soldiers in Transnistria, which would remain independent of Moldovan control. And again, the Moldovan president tried to gain support from international peacekeepers and the United Nations, but there weren't any takers. The Transnistrian War ended on the 21st of July 1992 with a ceasefire agreed in Moscow. All in all, 1,130 people were killed, 3,500 wounded, 200,000 civilians fled their homes. And that's with a population total of 3 million, so a significant number of them. The conflict was over, but the Russian tentacles of interference have remained and haunt the region till today. So the indicted war criminal Vladimir Putin's demise, perhaps Transnistria will one day fall back into a unified country without the malign and brutal influence and threats from the aggressor state, Russia. I'm going to end this off with an important sort of subplot or story that people maybe don't know about. I'm going to go back and visit this town called Kabazna. There's this military depot which was created in the 1940s in the Ribnita district. Then it was in the Moldovan SSR, but is now in the separatist region of Transnistria. During the Soviet period, the artillery ammunition depot number 1411 was a strategic arsenal of the Western Military District of the USSR. Most of the ammunition stored there after the withdrawal of the Soviet troops from the former German Democratic Republic, Czechoslovakia, and other countries in the former Warsaw Pact. The majority of the original ammunition has either disappeared or has been removed from Kabazna under the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, supervision. Military equipment which was impractical to remove has undergone on-site destruction per the Moldovan demands that the weapons dump of Transnistria be removed. Transnistrian sources claim, though, that the US State Department recognized that the process of the removal of the Russian munitions and equipment has been carried out with efficiency right up to 2003. In 2004, this removal process was blocked by the Transnistrian authorities after tensions rose. Today, there are around about 22,000 tons of military equipment and ammunition reportedly that remain there, guarded by these Russian troops, these 1,500 troops of the operational group of Russian forces stationed in the area. On the 22nd of April, 2022, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Transnistria reported that drones flew over Kabazna and that shots were fired on the village. The ministry claimed that the drones came from Ukraine. Several attacks had recently occurred on the Transnistria part at the time, and they occurred during the 2022 invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and they may have been a false flag operation by Russia or Transnistria itself. So currently, this 20,000 tons of weapons and ammunition that are stored in a warehouse, of which 57% are obsolete and cannot be used or transported, and access to the area is actually strictly prohibited, being controlled by the Transnistrian and Russian forces. A possible explosion of these deposits, which cannot be transported, would cause an ecological and human disaster. The ammunition depot in Kabazna represents a serious technogenic and ecological danger, not only for the Republic of Moldova, but also for Ukraine. In 2005, the Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Moldova published a report on the threats posed by the accumulation of weapons in the Transnistrian region. The possible explosion of that military depot in Kabazna can be compared to the detonation of a 10-kiloton nuclear bomb, which was dropped in the city of Hiroshima in 1945. After the explosion, a crater with a radius of 1.5 kilometers and a depth of 75 meters would form. However, given that Kabazna is located next to a rural area, the range of the explosion can reach somewhere between 40 to 50 kilometers. Therefore, the effects of the explosion can be compared to the damage caused by an earthquake or in a magnitude of around about 7 to 7.5 on the Richter scale. Experts have pointed out the explosion of the ammunition depot in the village of Kabazna would lead to a population damage and a humanitarian and ecological catastrophe in the northeastern region of the Republic of Moldova and the territory of Ukraine in an area of 500 to 3,000 square kilometers. The recycling and disposal of the weapons, in this case, is the only way to prevent the spontaneous explosion of ammunition in the depot. That's all I got for you. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And maybe we should add that the only key thing which we do know about Kabazna is that there's still ammunition and still a lot of, say, useless, unsellable ammunition there. That's the main issue, because it's not quite clear how much tonnage and how many small arms, how many mines, how many artillery shells and the likes have been removed there since Kabazna became essentially, I don't know, the inventory of the local thugs to sell. If you remember the images which were described in various nice eulogies on this matter, as well as in some even Hollywood film at some point in time, The Lord of War. The imagery comes to mind that you drive into an area underground, into a bunker area, where you have literally half a mile of small arms stood up there with applicable ammunition. Some of that has completely and utterly deteriorated. Small arms ammunition is significantly less than artillery shells to an extent, but there's a lot of equipment which has just withered away, and a lot of say specifically more important and very dangerous materials such as Semtex, which seemingly has vanished from Kabazna quite early on and has been sold off to the highest bidder, and a load of anti-democratic, anti-Western terrorists, and that is the real issue. So we do not know whether it's 20,000 tons of relevant threat there. We also do not know how much equipment thereof could be used, but it is a significant amount still in hand. A couple of guards were taken in and seemingly went over and across to the west in recent years and have provided some information, albeit that it might be outdated.
Yeah, so just to add to that, one of the things that I think maybe I should emphasize even more is that as these arms and ammunitions become more aged, they become unstable as well, and so there is opportunity for accidents. it's a case of when, not if. I think in the situation where weapons are being improperly stored and decommissioned and held, and of course that has a major implication from an ecological point of view. But also, I think going back to your point, it's important to point out that this is essentially it's an ammunition store for terrorists, for the highest bidder, and this can cause problems right throughout Europe. If people are able to lay their hands on weapons and explosives quite easily for the price of US dollars, those could be used to detrimental effect across Europe, and we've got to be really careful of that because the borders are quite porous in that area as well. So control is a major issue. I hope I've given you some background and some context. I've always been fascinated and wondered why there was this Russian conundrum about troops being stationed in this sliver of land known as Transnistria next to Moldova. And having done the research, I've come up with this, and I think it's absolutely fascinating. And it puts into perspective why there's a bit of a standoff. There's a bit of a Mexican standoff there in terms of when the war first broke out. I thought the first thing that would have happened is that the Ukrainians would have gone and dissolved that Transnistria and got rid of those Russians. But the river runs really deep, and that's not just the Dnieper River, but the split in society, in Moldovan society, between East Bank and West Bank, the history, how it actually blends into how Nazis supported one part of the Moldovan society, and effectively has developed a very rich and deep conflicts between two communities who are essentially of the same nation. It is also demonstrated that the area around Moldova is incredibly complex with a lot of Romanian and Turkish influence in there as well. A lot of history running deep there as well. It must be in peacetime, I would imagine, it must be a fantastic region to visit with some incredible culture and food, I would imagine. Anyway, I've said enough.
Before you run, Pifita,
Yeah.
I think we have someone who can talk about this because she's an expert in that region, because she knows Bessarabia from Odessa onwards quite well and has recently spent a lot of time in Moldova. Olga.
Yeah, hi. Actually, I'm now in Chisinau again for at least next week, but then we'll see. And speaking about this Kavasna, this armor storage, indeed, they have no idea actually how much ammunition is still there. And I smiled because you mentioned the Academy of Sciences of Moldova, and I'm now literally looking into the window at this Academy of Sciences just in downtown. Yeah, but there are people whose families still live in the so-called Transnistria, or they call it here the left bank of the Dniester. You know, because it's the same as the so-called Donetsk People Republic, Lugansk People Republic, just 30 years old one. And yeah, but the relatives of people who live in unoccupied territory of Moldova are still there, and they say they sold out a considerable amount of ammunition, but not all of that, and even that something that's left can cause a really huge blast, and it's a matter of concern indeed. And as for the influence of Turks, I think you mean Gagauzin autonomy, and well, I don't think that Turkey plays a big role there. They have this pro-Russian sentiments as well, but from what I know, for example, they have their TV channels in Russian, in Turkish, in Gagauzin, and some of the programs, just the very small amount of that, same as some posts on social media, are in Romanian, because since recently they agreed that Moldovan language is called back Romania. It's been a long way, and in this case, it's a good thing that the language that was, from what I know, was artificially created now is back to its historic cradle, let's say. And yeah, I guess this is what you
just a new alphabet, just you forcibly converging something upon a Cyrillic version does not make a new language, right?
Yeah, they're back to Latin alphabet now, and that's quite unique language, I would say. It's from Romance group. It comes from very close to Italian, not very close, I mean close to Italian. And many Moldovans at some point would go to Italy to work there because the language issue wasn't as big as in the other countries. But still, it has its unique features, and it's quite interesting to catch some already because of work. I don't think I have much to say. Anything else?
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
That's very kind.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you adding to that. I do appreciate. I hope I've done some justice and I haven't mispronounced, or and I've given a balance. I've tried to give it a balanced view because it's very difficult from the outside, from someone from the United Kingdom discussing history of very complex nations. It gets really difficult, and it's a very fine line you've got to walk in terms of being able to express yourself. But I think the general overview is enlightening, so that people do understand that Moldova plays a significant. It has a role to play in the post-Soviet, post-Russian invasion, and I hope it's going to be a bright future.
Yeah, and also another thing is that, oh my God, if you can remember the early months of the war, of large-scale invasion, there were some things developing on the left bank of the Dniester, in Transnistrian region, because I guess there was the hope that Odessa will be occupied or just cut from the north, and the land forces, the enemy's land forces, will unite with those leftovers, let's say, that still in Transnistria. So there were some movements, some fake acts of terror or something like that, if you could remember that. But then they realized they should just put that on stop. Don't try any other performances because it makes no sense, because there was no land operation in Ukraine in the area that would make sense for them to continue in Transnistria. And speaking of whether it's a nice place to visit, absolutely. It doesn't have the sea or the mountains or, I don't know, it's a very picturesque landscape, but nothing that would be, so breathtaking. However, it is all compensated by tremendous amount of very high quality wine and brandy and vin and all this stuff. So it's like wine festival every week. I promise you. And the scale of that is beyond belief, and the wine is fantastic. So if you're a wine connoisseur or just appreciate a good drink, this is the place for you.
Well, I'm a wine connoisseur, and it's on my list of places to visit. But thank you so much for your contributions, Axel. I hope I've said enough and kept you going for an hour. I'll now hand over to you, and so you and Yehuda
It was
can get
delightful
on with the next one. Yep.
Thank you very much, Beefeat. I'm very much
most welcome.
appreciated, and equally appreciated, Olga, for joining us this evening. I can see that my friend and colleague Yehuda is there and Em is there, so I'll be swapping out. Yehuda, good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. We'll get Em up. He is on the something or other. Oh, and we lost. I see someone.
Naughty,
I'll
naughty.
drop down so that M can get up. And thank you very much, everybody. Good night and good luck. All righty.
All right. Well, there you go. We have, looks like we lost someone when I joined the co-host. A Russian shill thinks Russia's #1. Sends me a lot of stuff about Russia. Not a very pleasant fellow about Jews, it looks like. I'm just going to worldview. As soon as I joined the panel, he dropped down because I'm a member. All right. Do retweet the space. Welcome to our friend, a brother from another mother of an Egyptian persuasion, hiding out in the grand chamber of some, I don't know, a pyramid or something. M, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Please do retweet the space. We've been rocking and rolling, have been in other spaces, doing a lot of updates. A lot has happened since Thursday. It's now Sunday, the last of our Middle East updates. Gosh, it might be that we have to do one on a Saturday night as well. Getting a little crazy, getting a little bit out of hand, M. And let's go ahead and invite a lot of our friends. We have a lot of friends we should share, no?
Absolutely.
Alrighty, so we're gonna do that. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening in. We're gonna get John Spencer up here. Why not, right? And gosh golly, do you know what I posted in my timeline?
Tell me. I'm looking at it right now.
I posted a tunnel that didn't exist according to a few of our friends. And by friends, I mean pro-terror people, not real friends, frenemies.
So that tunnel specifically is a bit of a deal, huge deal, because not only did they find it, but they seem to have found documentation of digging the tunnel, which I find very, very, very interesting and very valuable because it shows the process that they followed to dig it. It shows a lot of people who were involved, the workers, their faces full on. Sinwar's brother himself driving a car into it, through it. It's one of their biggest, one of their deepest. The other thing is that it was very close to the Ayers border crossing, and it was only 400 meters away from the Ayers border
Which is pretty
crossing.
scary, no?
And yep, that's the other factor here is that I mean I don't like to say this, but Israeli intelligence basically had no information whatsoever on that tunnel. There will be an investigation into how the tunnel was dug so closely without them finding out anything about it.
Very true. However, it does add some, perspective to the multiple voices that have said there are no tunnels. Israeli built a bunker in 1984 under Shiva Hospital. Everything else is fake. I said, give it a few weeks, right? A month, maybe 2, and the Israelis are going to start sharing everything that they see. So, on that note, please do put a note on the bottom right corner. There's a purple pill, a device that allows you to put a comment in the space of what we're talking about. You can put a question, a comment, a happy statement about how great M is and when will we see him next and all that jazz. Obviously, it's very annoying. No, do that. And also, if you have a question for us, let us know. And in the meantime, we've got Marcus and then Baba Yaga. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, so in that video, I noticed there was a point where they're digging at the wall with a hand crank tool. Now, all jokes aside, because this is a pretty sophisticated looking tunnel, I wonder how much the use of hand tools enabled this, because it's obviously the thing you're listening for would be heavy equipment if they're monitoring with vibration, right? So it's
Yeah.
quite interesting. It's very sophisticated from an engineering
You know what it
perspective.
looks like to me, M and Marcus?
They also got their hand on a sewage drilling system, but what does it look like, Yehuda?
It looks like a machine that digs a circular tunnel, kind of like the channel under the English Channel.
but not to the same height. So I think this is quite, and it's like sewage, as you said, but this is a very sophisticated piece of kit that would have had to have been disassembled and reassembled across the border from probably Egypt, if you ask me. Not trying to crap on you, but yeah,
Oh
pretty
yeah,
crazy, man.
absolutely, 100%, 100%.
Incredible,
Well,
incredible.
I can say from an engineering perspective that the number of companies that does stuff like this is limited. So I don't think the IDF
No,
have a
come
lot of
on.
trouble.
The number of engineering companies that build sewage tunnels that are like 3 meters in diameter, I think they're probably 2 meters. They're a lot.
I'm sure the IDF can figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't a 5 meter diameter like borer, BORER. This is something that probably most municipalities and major cities have. I bet you came from, I don't know, I want to say Iran. What do you think, M?
Well, here's the deal. I don't know the date on the video that shows the process of digging the tunnel. There's a lot of infrastructure projects happening in the Sinai right now, and a lot of Bedouin companies or companies that were founded by Bedouins were involved. So I really don't know. It could be a machine that came from a different country, disassembled, like you said, and was smuggled across the borders, maybe in several times, a piece each time, and then got reassembled uh, inside the Gaza Strip. But then that means that every single attempt to smuggle in a piece was successful. So I mean, I don't know, the probability of this is not that high. It could be a tool that was smuggled in one go, and that's even more worrying. So I think that a serious investigation into this should be had. All right, let's go to Baba Yaga.
All right, thanks. Yehuda. Glad to hear you guys. What about where that tunnel, wasn't it like 400 meters from a UN installation or something?
Errors checkpoint crossing.
Doesn't that
It was
say
about
something about the people who knew about this?
No, so M's biggest statement that makes them like the impactful statement is that how did the Israelis miss it, right? With all of the abilities to track, subterranean motions, maybe they didn't even think that they would be so brazen to do it right by a border crossing. I don't know. I mean, they could have come from, obviously they went from the other way. They used boring equipment. They could have done it minutely, like one 30 centimeters a day. I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to do it very quietly, and that's obviously what they did. So
Yeah,
there we
totally.
are.
Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, do invite your friends up. Tell your friends, your enemies, your frenemies. Get grandma from the home, wheel her outside so she's got good reception. Let her know you're here. We're going to keep doing this. So some other things, apparently there's having a big conversation, sorry, a conversation. They're having negotiations, possibly more hostages. What do you think?
So right now there are ongoing negotiations to secure the release of the remaining hostages. Hamas insisted on the list being unilaterally defined by them. So that term has been accepted by the State of Israel. There are other terms that they are trying to negotiate. One of them includes the IDF troops withdrawing to certain lines in the Gaza Strip. So that hasn't been agreed upon yet. I would say that the State of Israel and the Qatari and Egyptian mediators are doing what they can to get the hostages back as soon as possible. So, but there will be limits to what the State of Israel can accept when it comes to the terms of the deal. So everyone wants to secure their release, but I am assuming that there are certain lines that the IDF and the State of Israel are not willing to compromise on. However, the State of Israel did show some flexibility, and they agreed in principle, to Hamas defining the list of hostages to be freed unilaterally going forward.
All right, fair enough. All right, we're gonna bring up Forrest. We're gonna bring up. I don't know who these people are. Let's bring them up. See what's going on. Retweet the space. Let people know you're here. Sorry, Gizen, we're not able to add you. You're gonna reconnect, turn off your app, and come back in. Unless you can add them. I can't.
I'm trying.
Maybe there are too many people here.
So over the last few days, several things happened. We have Iris as well. Hi, Iris. If you have any updates for us, please go ahead.
Hi, Rita, everyone. Well, it's really late here. I wanted to go to sleep, but then it always happens to me with this space, and I come in.
You always say the same thing, Iris. Stop
But
it. You're
it's
up.
like, anyway, oh my God, there was
Best
so much
bits.
happening here today. It was a really hectic and busy day. The main thing was the tunnel that was found, the biggest tunnel in Gaza that was found today. And there was a lot going on about it here in the Israeli media and around the world. Everybody can see. The other thing is the hostages issue that is really brought up here massively in the media. And one of the questions to you regarding that, there were some reports tonight in mainly like main media here on TV and everything, and some of the channels that I'm part of regarding some kind of a little bit of optimism going on regarding the hostages. To be honest, I'm going to see the families every day, and they decided that tomorrow they are going to be standing in front of the place in Tel Aviv where the war cabinet is taking place. So yeah, there's a lot of questions, and it's very, very complex. Do you have anything that you know or anything that is going on, or you're still like no information at all?
Well, as far as I know, Hamas still doesn't know the whereabouts of many of the hostages, and that they are trying to use this or mask this by saying that they will be the ones providing the list of hostages to be released. And I believe that there's another element there is that there are hostages that, and this is pure speculation on my part, that Hamas does not want to be released right now, for reasons that shouldn't be discussed for the time being. But what I do know is that the state of Israel accepted that condition, that Hamas is to define the list unilaterally, to send the list of the hostages to be released, and they will not be taking certain requests or any requests when it comes to the hostages desired to be released first. So they will go ahead and they provide a list, and they asked for that list to be accepted as it is, and the state of Israel accepted that. That's the only term agreed upon in this deal that I know of. Other terms are still being discussed. One of them is that Hamas is requesting the IDF withdraws to certain lines within the Gaza Strip, because of course they want to use that politically and push a narrative that they forced the IDF to retreat. And that hasn't been agreed upon for the time being. But those are the only details that I know so far.
Okay, thank you. Another question that goes around. I see that now 5 shipping companies have suspended their operations in the Red Sea. And this is also a very big topic here that is being discussed regarding the Houthis. Any kind of updates or anything interesting that you have on this? That would be great.
So the director of the Suez Canal Authority gave a press conference and issued statements today saying that since November 19th, some 50 ships, 55, 58, I can't remember the exact number, diverted away from crossing Suez in both directions. He stressed on the fact that Suez Canal is an international waterway, that it's not political, and that we're expecting $10.3 to $10.4 billion in revenue for the fiscal year of 2023. He seems to have completely avoided the question of security in the Red Sea and the question of security through Bab el-Mandeb Strait, tried to stay calm, apolitical. He didn't mention al-Houthi activities whatsoever, which I find quite bizarre. It seems that his statement and his this press conference today was more geared towards the domestic audience inside Egypt, kind of to alleviate any fears or anxieties regarding the economic situation right now. But like you said, several companies decided to stop their traffic through the Red Sea. Those include Maersk, CMA, CMG, the Mediterranean Shipping Company, MSC, and I think another German one or Dutch one. And I think a fifth company as well announced it today. So this remains to be seen the impact on shipping through the Suez Canal, and that's not going to be felt until maybe mid-January, in my opinion. So the diversions have been increasing recently. So the last week, so the effect is not going to be felt until next month, which is ironic because the Suez Canal Authority was planning a 15% increase in crossing fees starting January 15th. So the numbers will be released because that's what they do. They have to release the numbers every month, and they have to compare them on monthly basis and a year by year basis. So I would say that the spillover effect is not going to be felt here until the middle of next month.
Okay, thank you for that. And regarding a coalition, do you see it formed really like soon or still waiting for that?
Yes, Secretary Austin is in the region, so I believe that he will announce an operation to secure navigation through Bab el-Mandeb Strait and in the Red Sea. I believe the name of the operation will be announced as Operation
Protective
Prosperity.
Guardian.
Yeah,
Prosperity
Prosperity.
Guardian.
Yeah, Prosperity Guardian. So we'll see. He took off yesterday, and we're just waiting on the official announcement and the details, which countries will participate and what.
Is it true, M, that Egypt's losing $250,000 a freighter that transits through the Suez Canal? Every freighter that's stopped.
$400,000 is the minimum threshold, and it can be up to $700,000.
Amazing.
It's
All right, so
huge.
that's a good reason.
So through this, I mean, for 51 ships, I believe, and taking the lower bound, which is $400,000, we're talking about 22 million, and that's probably why the head of the Suez Canal Authority today stressed on the projections for revenues this year to be around 10.3 billion, which is slightly higher than the usual average, which ranges anywhere between $6 to $7 billion annually. Any further questions, Iris?
Um, wait, yeah. I wanted to ask you. There was the tunnels, right? So the IDF spokesman Daniel Agari said today that soon Israel is going to expose more. He's calling them terror cities, right? Because the tunnels you obviously saw like this crazy, insane tunnel that they found. So is there any take in Egypt regarding those tunnels that are being found in Gaza? Is there anything that is connected to the people in Gaza regarding Hamas and all its what it built there and where the money went to? There's a lot of like stuff that's going out in Israeli media regarding the assets of Hamas and everything. Is there anything that we need to know that's coming from the Arab world regarding those updates or not?
There are a few liberal voices that have been covering this from day one, and their angle has always been to focus on the amount of money spent on the subterranean infrastructure and the amount of money embezzled by Hamas overall, and how that money could have been used to make the lives of Palestinians better, and how that money was instead of being used for construction, instead of being used for infrastructure projects or even building shelters for Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, was completely diverted and earmarked for those terror projects. A few of them have been focusing on that. The vast majority is still more or less focused on the activities of the IDF in the Gaza Strip.
Thank you so much for answering my question so elegantly. I'm listening a little bit and then I might go to sleep, but thank you.
Thank you, Reese. Let's go to Gizan.
Hi, good evening. Actually, it's night over here. I'm in Israel. I'm a journalist, sometimes independent and sometimes working with large media outlets. I also do a lot of work in the security related area. I'm an IDF veteran. I served in the artillery corps. I'm a wounded veteran. I've got family members right now in Gaza. And I have an interesting take on the whole situation. Would love to discuss it with anyone having any, different ideas that are coming up towards the situation. I also get reports very quickly in terms of security-related things, Syria, Lebanon, etc. I do hear that you, Maraskalani M, you are very well versed within the area of geopolitical and news. So that's very interesting. And I'm dual citizenship. I'm also American, also Israeli. I'm a millennial. So yeah, I would love to hear about this space, what you guys do, and maybe we can take it from there.
So MriyaReport has been a 24/7 Twitter space running since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, focusing on bringing information on what's happening on the ground there and inviting experts to discuss their opinions and their insights regarding that conflict. And since the October 7th attack, we kind of discussed what's happening between Israel and Gaza in light of global disinformation campaigns and how that is related to the broader sphere of geopolitics and the relationships between the regional powers as well as global powers. That's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Interesting. My take is more nationalistic. I like to look at things more locally versus broader. I do take into account the broader outlook, but I always try to look into the local situation because that is, I believe, that looking at a pinpointed situation versus something, you know, not the macro, the micro, no, macro. Anyways, point is I like to look at things from a local perspective, and my take on the war in Israel, sheds light because I have friends right now fighting. I have family members right now fighting. I can see things from a different perspective versus the people high up, which I have a lot of criticism against them. That includes my prime minister, that includes the coalition, and that includes the opposition in Israel, that includes reporters. It includes many, many, many different types of people. And I think that, by the way, it does fit definitely into the Ukrainian-Russian war, which has been going on for quite a while. And I see correlations. I definitely see correlations.
The invasion of
So,
Ukraine. The invasion of Ukraine by Russia, you mean, right?
well, I call it a war because there's a war happening, but
Yeah, we call it we call it an invasion.
okay. I mean, you can call it an invasion, I guess.
Well, thank you for your permission. So, are you? We've never heard. You're from what's the country called again? Israel.
Yes.
Oh wow. So, and is this your first time in Twitter Spaces?
No, definitely not.
You've never heard of MriyaReport?
Never heard of it.
Amazing, amazing. Well, listen, you should stick around and pay attention. We got a website and everything. So we've been here for 2 years, speaking to people from what's that country? Israel. Thanks for sharing your expertise. We really appreciate it.
I felt a little bit cynical over there because you said
It's called
what's
sarcasm.
that country?
Yeah, it's called sarcasm. Yeah, like
yeah,
you're talking to
sarcasm.
people who like. I think you came in a little strong there, but
What's the sarcasm in regards to why? Why are you doing that?
Just this very strange angle you're taking. Like we have
What's the
Iris,
angle?
we've got Iris, we've got myself, people who either live in Israel or people who've served in the military probably before you were born. So I think we're pretty dialed into what's going on in Israel. But thank you.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's very nice of you.
Thank
Very
you, and
welcoming.
I really appreciate it because this is a welcoming audience. And you know what? we love to share with people. So thank you so very much, Forrest. That was super awesome and interesting. Iris, do you know that place called Israel? Right? I'm just kidding.
I think
Was
so.
it just me, or was that just kind of like out of left field?
Mm.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of read a room. A
Yep.
little self-awareness helps. It goes a long way. That's what they say in French. Jeez Louise. You might not know of me. I'm 21 years old. I'm from a place called Israel, and I hit my prime minister. And you could lay in me. Look, come on, don't patronize me, please. I'm too old and cranky.
I've got people fighting on the ground.
Oh, well, yeah. I got people fighting on the ground. All right. Well, listen. You know what? It takes all kinds. And do me a favor. Getting a lot of messages. Please don't tell us how to moderate the space. Don't tell us how to quote unquote be nice to that they were hounded out of other spaces. There might be a reason for that. Be respectful. Be be kind, modest. It goes a long way, for God's sakes. And I'm not a petty person. I don't really care. But M, congratulations to M. He's like very well. We're MriyaReport. Who are you? I demand you tell me, M. How many stones in the pyramid you've built?
I'm just a Shiba Inu wearing a what is it called? I don't even know what it's called. Wearing a Alqal online. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to
keep
up and over.
Up and over.
Thanks. Just don't answer too off topic, but I've heard you discuss obliquely several times about the dire economic situation in Egypt and also in Lebanon. So if you could just explain this, is this like idiosyncratic to the countries, or have to do with the Ukraine war, or COVID after effects? Like what is this?
So this is the perfect storm, right? So you get the pandemic first and the decreased everything. So decreased shipping, decreased manufacturing, lockdowns, decreased flights and no tourism, etc., etc. And then you get a slow recovery. And then you get the war in Ukraine, which weighed heavily on the Egyptian economy due to wheat prices, since we're one of the biggest wheat exporters. I think we're the fourth. We used to be the first, but now we're currently the fourth largest wheat exporter from on the planet, basically. So then a lot of countries were discussing different economic corridors. Before the crisis, the idea of creating a fast or a high-speed railway network through Arabia and into Israel to offload goods in Emirati ports and then have them shipped on land to Israel, and from there loaded onto vessels again to be shipped to Europe. Everyone looked at the idea and they kind of laughed it off because the costs of offloading containers, let's say at Gabal Ali, and then transporting them with trucks to a station and then having them on a railway road and trains going all the way to anywhere, Israel, Jordan, Syria, whatever. It's not about Israel specifically. And then to be loaded again onto other vessels in the Mediterranean and then off to Europe. Everyone thought, oh, okay, that's a bit unrealistic versus the continuity of just shipping by sea through the Suez Canal onto Europe. But now, since navigation is being threatened in the Red Sea, and the situation hasn't been resolved, so a lot of people are starting to look at that project and say, okay, that might actually place a chokehold on the Egyptian economy, affecting the Suez Canal revenues, which represent one of the main sources of foreign currency into the country. As it's the Suez Canal revenues, tourism revenues, and expats living abroad wiring money back. So those are the three main sources of foreign currency feeding the Egyptian economy, plus exports as well. In a nutshell, Egypt has always been a hydraulic dictatorship. The concept of hydraulic despotism, basically, that since the times of the pharaohs ruled through controlling hydraulic resources. Ancient kingdom, they controlled the Nile. The pharaoh is the representation of God on earth, so they are the ones entitled to levy taxes. The Middle Kingdom.
Did you guys ever think that one of these pharaohs would just say, "Damn it"?
Exactly.
Get
Damn
it?
it. Yep.
Damn it.
Yep. Get it. Yeah.
The-
Well, why was the pharaoh's mummy late to joining MriyaReport?
I know, chiropractor. No,
It was all tied up.
I'll tie it up. I knew it.
Anyway, so and the Middle Kingdom connected the Nile to the Red Sea and worked on irrigation networks. And then the modern kingdom tried to secure the Nile sources. Fast forward to the future, President Nasser said, damn it, and he built a high dam. Before him, Muhammad Ali started his role by building Al-Qanatir in the Delta.
You
So
can't use
those are
mine, Joe.
irrigation.
You can't use mine after I use it.
It's my country, man. So historically, every single ruler had something to do with hydraulic projects. So Sadat built a dam. Nasser built a dam. Sadat crossed the water obstacle, and Mubarak
Oh,
tried
just
to.
stop with the water obstacles. Jesus Christ. Listen, which pharaoh had a big butt?
I don't know.
King Tut. All right, go ahead.
And now it seems that our beloved supreme leader's hydraulic despotism is kind of blowing up a little bit since the situation with the dam with Ethiopia, and now the Suez Canal. So we'll see. It's just it's just interesting times up and over. Back to you, Yehuda.
Yehuda's on fire.
That's right. That's right. They get it, big butt, King Tut, 210 common. That's actually short. Enough already, you guys. You know, not one person laughed. I noticed the whole panel. I purposely looked at the screen to see one emoji, one happy face, nothing.
Bullshit.
Okay, let's not swear. Bull crap. This is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. I gotta go back to the drawing table.
I was rolling around on the floor. We had I couldn't reach the keyboard to put the emoji on.
Yeah, all right. G-Man, if you lie one more time straight to my face, there'll be repercussions. All right. But anyway, every time M will make a dad joke from Egypt, I'm going to give the answer chiropractor. He said, what is the best doctor in Egypt? Is a chiropractor. Anyway, all right. So we're rocking and rolling. Please do retweet the space. Let your friends know your Pharaoh joke is a bit dry. I get it. Pharaohs are dried out. This is horrible. All right. So listen, we got tunnels. We've got, what I'd like to do is maybe do a whole segment on pro-Hamas talking points post-truth. So we see the tunnel, and what are we going to hear about the big tunnel? Well, you see, this was Hamas's attempt to bring baby incubators into Gaza, and water and food and cancer treatment equipment. And then the next trope will be, this is actually proof of the strength and the resilience of the resistance, because even under Israeli occupation, they built such a great tunnel. I mean, we can keep, like we just keep going on and on, right? Like, make up a story, let's stick with it. It's obviously like a kitten/puppy mill transport facility. But what do you think they were doing in those tunnels? I'm just not 100% sure. What do you think?
So the two main points, probably command and control, and also maybe the facilitation of attack plans. We know that since
Those
2014,
tunnels? They're so big. They're for rockets. That's my angle.
that's very good. Moving rockets to points where they can be launched closer to the stretches of the Gaza borders to allow them to reach deeper into Israel is always a possibility. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the other point. The point. The other point is that definitely those are attack tunnels. So since 2014, we know that their angle has always been to use tunnels to attack the state of Israel, whether through infiltration attacks or. Actually, I haven't thought about moving rockets. That's actually it. Yeah, moving rockets
Yeah.
closer to the borders, basically.
The width, and the turning radius is another video later, and it turns. It's quite a wide radius. So, I suspect that that's what its main thing, and also the finishings on the side. It's very well constructed. It looks like a mini tunnel on a first world country level. So I think that's really super important to pay attention to.
And one thing for sure, since a lot of people went on and on and on about this for the last 8, 9 weeks, saying that construction materials, they don't have enough. Remember today, Nelson, if you want to be a real estate developer in Gaza, you're not going to find the things that you need to build your projects. Well, yeah, because Hamas is stealing all of them. And speaking of stealing, there's a significant breakdown in law and order in southern Gaza, and Hamas operatives have become more and more aggressive about commandeering aid trucks going into the Gaza Strip. So more videos are emerging of their armed fighters taking control of the trucks once they enter the Gaza Strip. And we know for sure that Gazans are not receiving, now we can say for a fact that they're not receiving most of the aid being allowed in, to the point that some of them are taking risks and trying to block and ambush those aid convoys to just get anything they can out of them.
100%. All right. My apologies. G-Man. I'm sorry, G-Man. You know what people said to me? They said, every time that man speaks, he sounds like a pirate. And I said, it's not his fault. It's where he's from. It's a little rude. G-Man, you, for the record, are not a pirate. Yes or no?
Did you mean parrot as in the bird, or parrot as in outlaw? I've been called a parrot before, but not a parrot. Anyway, the tunnels.
Horrible.
I just finished watching, but last week, the second part of the 6-hour-long documentary that you recommended, and thank you for recommending it. Israel and the Arabs.
50 Years' War is from the Arabs,
Right,
yeah.
that one. And at one point there was a suggestion, and I've got the tunnel angle coming up here. At one point there was a suggestion that I think Arafat probably broached it as having some sort of linkage between Gaza, like a road, and the West Bank. And obviously Israel didn't like that. So the tunnels, I'm thinking, started out as a project to join Gaza and the West Bank. No, actually, no, that's wrong. They've always been just a terrorist haven. Yeah, or maybe one more thing, just one more slightly left field suggestion. Maybe they were trying to build a swimming pool, but they required the IDF to finish that job. Sorry, I'll get my coat.
Well, that's why you had the water aspect, because you're a pirate. Get it? Water? Pirates? Let's see. All right. Yeah, it's a horrible day. I'm actually not feeling so well, so I'm gonna have to take a backseat a bit to Murat M. Rather, I don't know if we can say it yet, and we're gonna bring some new people up. We have Nicholas Genovese. That's Spanish, I think. Just kidding. And we're gonna go with Ghost with the most.
Yeah, good evening. You were talking about those tunnels they discovered today. I know that there was, they already know that there were tunnels from Hezbollah somewhere in the north. How can it be that they didn't know that Hamas would use tunnels? Because they had already information about that Hezbollah had made some tunnels. I think there were 3 that they discovered in 2018.
Yeah, no, I think this is a new tunnel. It's in Gaza.
Potentially, I mean, there's a possibility here. Up and Over actually attracted my attention to that. It could be one. It could be either a new tunnel into the Sinai that was stopped, or it could be. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Is it potentially a tunnel that was part of the tunnel system that was crossing into the Sinai and was destroyed, and this is the part of it on the Gazan side that remained or was secured, or Who knows? But then
One
again,
I'd talk about, this one was secured. There was a wall built between the border, and on the other side you could still see the houses. And he didn't point at the house, but he said the building is still standing, and the tunnel entry is still there, and it was about 400 meters. My question was, if they knew that Hezbollah would use tunnels, how could they not be aware that also Hamas would use tunnels? Because Hamas is, as good as I know, trained by Hezbollah, is it not?
Can I jump in?
okay, go ahead, Mr. V.
Yeah, so I think it's not that they didn't know. Actually, Israel has spent, I think the figure I saw quoted was 40 billion with a B shekels to erect, or well, erect might be the wrong word, but to put an underground barrier against tunnels along the border. So they were expecting tunnels. The surprise on October 7th was that, you know, they decided to come over the fence instead of under. But no, Israel has been working against tunnels for a long time. Mostly they were concerned with tunnels crossing the border. In the past 10 years, Israel has also developed lots of technology, like underground sensors to you know, very accurate sensors to locate digging. And there were many tunnels that were crossing the Gazan border that were destroyed. I think they just sort of, I mean, they must have known that there was tunnels, and there's even there's like a Russian TV report from like 6 months ago where one of the reporters goes down into one of these huge tunnels. There, it was on TV. It wasn't a secret. So I think well, maybe, you know, retrospectively mistaken point was, well, so long as the tunnels are inside Gaza, we can let them go and not act. The worry was tunnels crossing the border.
So a couple of points to point out here. The first one is the IDF got the documentation of building that specific tunnel. The tunnel was hidden inside a structure or inside a building. I'm assuming that it was a large truss structure. I don't know what it was used for, maybe industrial purposes or agricultural purposes. And the construction of the tunnel was masked by being carried out under the protection of that structure. That's the first point. The second point is the dating of those videos will be very useful to determine when the work started. That could tell us what kind of tunnel it was, the purpose, whether it's connected to the Sinai networks or not. Maybe it was constructed later on, after the destruction of the tunnel network connecting the Gaza Strip into the Sinai. The purpose of the tunnel itself is important. Is it a smuggling tunnel or is it an attack tunnel? So far, the Israeli media covering the discovery are angling towards it being an attack tunnel. And Yehuda pointed out that its dimensions and its turn angles are more related to moving around rockets, for instance, or missiles. So more and more information about it will come out, and then we'll understand more. Iris, is there anything that you would like to add to this?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, but it's very interesting. Actually, they built a whole transport route there for train, for jeeps, for even tanks to go through there. And I think I put it on my Twitter page. There's a rare footage of Sinwar's brother driving a car through this tunnel and like working on the operational parts of it. So basically, it's we are calling it a terror city. It's almost like it's a whole city that they built under the ground. It probably took them a very, very long time, but they really invested in strategic kind of in infrastructure, and you see it like in all fronts. Also, like the fact that they, you know, even they thought about a train going through there and some other vehicles. It's quite unreal. And Ohad Chemo, who is I don't know if you know him, but he's the Palestinian and the Arab commentator on Channel 12, said today that it's a very, very different tunnel than anything else we saw before. So yeah, definitely something that is going to be probably even, I'm looking at my notes here to see what else they wrote about it, but completely insane what's going on there. So yeah.
No doubt. Probably the dimensions and the fact that vehicles can go through it are indicative of what kind of activities the tunnel was designed for. Iris, is there anything you can tell us about the more details about the hostages that were tragically killed by mistake?
Yeah, so one of the things which I really appreciated is the chief of staff, Herzi Halevi, that spoke today to the soldiers and thanked them, but also said regarding the rules of if you see a white flag, or he stated that the shooting kind of rules and regulations regarding that, and I think it was a very sincere kind of talk to the soldiers that are doing a really hard work in Gaza. And so that was going out tonight. More so, there were what they discovered today, that they put some kind of they wrote two signs that they wrote with some kind of spice that they had there, which was, they wrote SOS and like save us. So basically, you see the complications of this war in terms of, like, what Hamas is doing with the hostages, and also the IDF and the soldiers really having it. It's really difficult in an area like Sijaiya to tackle and to understand what's going on there. And Hamas is using the hostages to sabotage some of the activities of the IDF. So it's very complicated. But we're hearing about these stories, about these signs that were there, about the fact that they put a white flag and stuff. And these are things that are very upsetting. But all the explanations that are coming out, that there is the complex battlefield and the urban warfare that is going on there, can bring to such kind of tragic mistakes. But moving forward, I think it was super important of Herzi Halevi, to talk to the soldiers, to see that he's responsible, and he also said that he's responsible for what happened. So I think this shows you of what the IDF is in terms of like honesty and making sure they tackle any kind of mistakes like this that are happening in order to prevent them moving forward. But this makes the whole of the hostages issue even more complex. The families are seeing that, and the families want their loved ones back, and they are demanding answers. But it's so sad to see. And sometimes, the Israelis are looking at those families and are saying, oh my God, we wish we could do something. And it's really complex, because on one hand, you need to continue with the mission of eliminating Hamas in order to take care and make sure that the 7th of October won't happen again. But then we have our people there. They're civilians, right? And the stories that are coming out of there. So yeah, this is a whole kind of saga, and we'll have to see where we're going with that. There's so many views against and pro, and it's very complicated. So yeah, this is basically what's going on here.
Thank you, Iris, for that update.
Welcome.
Another thing that I noticed actually is the escalating rhetoric towards Hezbollah. So, as far as I understand, the state of Israel wants to secure the northern communities, and they want to make sure that they establish security there for uh, the inhabitants, and make sure that they do not come under attack by Hezbollah. Is there anything more you can tell us about the Northern Front and how the dynamic is developing over there? I mean, as far as I understand, Israel is exerting a lot of diplomatic pressure to convince Hezbollah to withdraw beyond the Litani River. Can you shed more light on this?
Yeah, so mainly, yeah, the main aim is to really push diplomatically and to make Hezbollah really, push beyond the Litani River. Israel, I think, has came up with statements, I think, a few days ago regarding Hezbollah and telling Hezbollah that Israel will not tolerate any kind of, any kind of behavior from Hezbollah's side that will risk, first of all, Israel's defense in the north, but more so civilians, because we saw in the last week that Hezbollah was targeting civilian areas for a few times, and they retaliated. There was like an incident, I think today or yesterday, that they retaliated civilian areas a few times. So basically, Israel hopes, as much as hope as we can have, that this will be solved diplomatically, but it's with its eyes and actions, and looking very carefully what's happening there. I have to say that every day there's some retaliation from Hezbollah, which is now kept in a very, you can say that it's a lower key, but then it can escalate any second, and then they suddenly retaliate in much bigger scale. So I think this is how we're seeing it at the moment, and all our eyes are also to the north, with so many other fronts that we need to deal with, right? So yeah, thank you for that, Em.
Absolutely. Let's go to Think Ethical. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I just had a question. Svante Thunberg, Greta's father, reposted what for me was a piece of Hamas disinformation about the two women, a mother and a daughter, who were shot outside of their church. I was wondering if Iris knew how the IDF would respond to this in affirmation or in denial soon, because in the Christian world today, which I've been following, it is an absolute nuclear event. And it needs to be eradicated quickly before it exacerbates into a true crisis. And I would just like for there to be some transparency here, but to deny would be, or to at least clarify the events, and to just put it into some kind of a normal sense. But the reposting by Svante Thunberg means that millions of people have been disinformed by this horrid use of Hamas media propaganda.
Yeah, I can tell you that there was one thing. I know that they're checking it out, and the IDF got it already yesterday. Or when it happened. I saw it today because I got it from a certain person, and I did send it to the Israeli media. So Ynet was publishing it today, but I know that at the moment things are being checked. There were a lot of things and comments that came from people that are connected to that, but at the moment I think it's still being under investigation and checkup, and I think they know that some of it was propaganda and everything. So yeah, but maybe somebody knows, because I was not really digging into it. I had so many news I had to deal with today. So yeah, so definitely it's been checked by the IDF and some of the Israeli media. So yeah.
Yeah, because for the last 24 hours, basically, it has been making the rounds, being reported out of the Vatican and being reported across certain news outlets. But Think Ethical, back to you for a follow-up.
Yes, I countered Svante. I have had contact with him before on climate change over the last 3 years. He hadn't responded back to me because Bree, the Roman Catholic journalist, she in Latin or in yes, I guess it was in Italian, countered it. It was a sourcing issue, and she felt it was absolutely horrendous in its failure to have any kind of confirmation of that source. And I admonished him to not repost something that had not been verified, confirmed, or in any way acknowledged by the IDF. And but it's already out, and so when the cat's out of the bag, the cat's out of the bag, and this is how this whole disinformation cycle flows. And I would like for there to be an understanding of the importance to the Christian world of 1 point some million billion 1.5, that this will be in every newsletter of every Catholic diocese around the world this week. The Pope failed to do anything but obfuscate the issue by implying that the sniper was Israeli.
Well, as Iris said, I believe they will be looking into it, and we'll get more information about it as soon as possible. Let's go to Florida, capitalist.
Hey, Em. Good to see everybody. I just have a question for you. Just want to know if you have any updates or any more information on Operation Prosperity Guardian. And in your opinion, do you think just the creation of this task force, this maritime security force, do you think that that is going to deter any of the Houthis from some of their some of their actions we've seen lately, whether that's piracy or launching cruise missiles? And how aggressive do you think this task force will be? Do you think that they're there just to, keep the channels open, or do you think that we'll see, a lot of counteroffensive and strikes into Yemen?
So this is a very good question, and it touches on several topics. The first one is the ripple effect through the global economy. This will definitely impact the global economy, and once you impact the global economy, you mobilize forces that you really don't want to deal with. I mean, in these parts of Yemen, and they do control most of the Yemeni armed forces. So they inherited the capabilities of the Yemeni armed forces as developed by Ali Abdullah Saleh and then as propped up by the Iranians. That's the first point when it comes to their own capabilities. Their intentions, if you take them at face value, they said that they are doing this because they are supporting Palestinians and they're trying to pressure the state of Israel to stop its aggression against Gaza. So, assuming that we take this at face value, they should be stopping their activities once operations stop in the Gaza Strip. I don't believe that that's the case. So, assuming that the IDF uh, finalized its large campaign in the Gaza Strip and switched gears maybe to security and counterinsurgency missions and clearing operations, hypothetically speaking, Al Houthis should stop doing so. They should stop threatening maritime navigation through Bab al Mandeb Strait, and they should stop firing missiles at Israel, right? But since that they are part of this whole resistance axis, and probably they get their orders from Iran, so their actions are more or less dependent on the calculus of Iran rather than their own, in my opinion. When it comes to options, so we're seeing that the Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group was redeployed out of the Persian Gulf into the Gulf of Aden, where it will be stationed there to provide the United States president and the international community or the allies of the United States with more options against Yemen. In my opinion, you don't mobilize a carrier strike group unless you mean business. Maybe it will be used exactly like the Ford to deter Hezbollah from widening its campaign against the Northern Front in Israel. So maybe the Al Houthis will be deterred once they see that the Ike has arrived with its battle group. Who knows? But in my opinion, I believe that we might be seeing selected or selective strikes against certain targets inside Yemen going forward if they do not stop their activities. As for the maritime group that's being stood up, or Operation Prosperity Guardian, I believe that many countries will be involved, and many countries will be dispatching their vessels there to send a very clear message both to Al Houthis in Yemen and to the international commercial community, that the waterways will be secured and navigation will be allowed to go through unchallenged and uh, unthreatened. How will they do so? Probably they will continue to respond to the aerial threats being launched by Al Houthis, whether it's missiles or rockets or drones, and continue to take them down and escort ships that require help, or go to help the ships that get hit. The thing here is that also, as far as I know, Al Houthis representatives are in the Sultanate of Oman right now, and there are negotiations that the Omanis are trying to broker between them and parties unknown. Whether or not those negotiations will result in Al Houthi stopping their activities is still unclear. What they will get in return is still also unclear. I don't like this whole model. It sets a precedent. Every single time Iran wants something, they will activate Al Houthis and they will threaten navigation through that very vital waterway that shouldn't be accepted. And the whole model itself should be brought down. So I believe that the potential for airstrikes inside Yemen are increasing as we go forward. And I believe that the maritime group will be successful in providing a measure of security, both to the waterway itself and a measure of reassurance to international trade bodies and companies to make sure that traffic goes unthreatened through that vital waterway.
Yeah, I agree. And, just to point out, it could potentially be up to 39 nation members who are a part of this operation, right? Because they said that it's gonna mimic the CMF, the Combined Maritime Forces, which is it's a multinational maritime partnership in Egypt, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Japan, United States, Australia, Denmark. Everybody's a part of it. So we could potentially see a lot of nations um, step in and play a role in this operation, and duly right, because this is a very important waterway, not only to the region but the entire world, right?
Oh, absolutely. There are many parties affected by this. It's not just Egypt and the Suez Canal. It's not just Israel and its security, or vessels owned by Israeli businessmen or Israeli companies, or even with an ownership share in the corporate structure operating those vessels. Like I said, and you're saying right now, since it's affecting a lot of countries and a lot of uh, stakeholders, the response will be global. Um, the freedom of navigation in international waters is one of the main pillars of the laws based global order, and it's one of the main pillars of international trade. And we know that the global economy is still recovering from the coronavirus pandemic, and that recovery has been slow. So, another thing that Iran is trying to do here is a form of economic warfare. This time, it's not just against Israel, it's against the whole world. The global economy is still slowly recovering from several crises, and this is just adding more pain to that. The delaying delivery schedules, inflicting fees on shipping companies, increasing their insurance premiums, and so on and so forth. This is a form of economic warfare, and therefore that's why I think that this model should be killed immediately, so that it doesn't set a precedent where Iran or Yemen can blackmail any parties to force them to capitulate or give them concessions in order for them to stop their activities.
And why would Iran allow that then? Why would Iran allow the Houthis to disrupt global trade like that? Because Of course, they're in bed with China, and this could potentially affect China's bottom line with global trade, right?
Potentially, yes. Whether or not they have an agreement or an understanding that this is to be carried out for a limited period of time, or that in the greater scheme of things it works in their best interest, I don't know. I don't know. And now, of course, it begs the question: uh, are the Iranians doing this and trying to say that maybe the Chinese are the only ones who can secure that waterway, like hypothetically speaking? And I'm very thankful that China didn't release any statements on this, or hasn't released any statements on this yet. They didn't seize the initiative. It's not like the Chinese government came out and said, we will be the ones securing maritime shipping through Bab el-Mandeb Strait and in and out of the Red Sea. They didn't do that, and they haven't said that. Whereas the response of the collective West and liberal democracies and the international community, in my opinion, is going faster than theirs. It's more robust, and it will be something to behold. The ability to communicate, coordinate, and agree to a framework, and then field an actual military force that can carry out the objectives of that framework is paramount and essential to show the robustness of the international community as a whole, and their ability to project power in the far abroad to preserve one of the main tenets of this rules-based order. I've always argued personally that the Chinese simply do not have the same power projection powers that many countries around the world do. Like, for instance, the United States, the United Kingdom, even France. They could project power to the Red Sea. They can project power to the Gulf of Aden. They can project power to Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and they can respond actively to any threats being fielded and deployed against commercial traffic. Whereas China has been silent on this. In my opinion, it's good, because I thought, okay, I was discussing this with a couple of friends, and we arrived at the conclusion, or we explored the assumption that what if China says, or what if China steps in? What if China steps in and says, we will secure this waterway. Our navy can carry out this job. That would have been considered a coup when it comes to securing navigation through that specific vital waterway. And thankfully, that's not the case. They haven't released any statements. They haven't made any moves, and that goes in line with their inability to project power that far away from home using naval assets, even though they have a small port in Djibouti where they can, resupply their vessels and conduct those missions. But then again, they simply do not have enough vessels in the geographical vicinity, and therefore they cannot conduct those tasks. Maybe they don't even want to spend money on doing that. And it's a form of attrition, because for the international community to respond to this, it means that they will have to allocate assets, and they will also have to allocate resources, logistics, resupply of munitions, and countermeasures that are used against those threats. Every single time they fire a missile, or they launch a drone or a swarm of drones, you're expending expensive munitions to take down those threats. So the Chinese and the Iranians, in a way, are not just attriting the global economy, but they're also attriting the navies of liberal democracies and members of the international community who will choose to become part of this coalition and respond to the emergent threat. And again, they're doing it on the cheap. So cheap missiles, cheap rockets, cheap drones. They are making up for the power differential here using asymmetrical tactics and strategies, and this is one of them. All right. Any more updates you would like to share with us, Iris? Anything interesting happening inside when it comes to inside Israel when it comes to the media coverage of this, or cooperation with the United States, or any other news that you would like to bring to our attention?
Yes.
So basically, we're going to see a lot of representative from the U.S. Administration visiting Israel in the next few days. I'm sure there'll be a lot of headlines. I think also about the Houthis, especially with Austin. As you said, I know that he's visiting many other countries in the region, but definitely there'll be I'm sure there'll be statements by him and Netanyahu. Um, More so, I think the next few days will. I know that there was intensify battles today in Sajaiya and Jabalia and in Khan Yunis, still very, very strong, and was going on most of the day. So yeah, so these visits of the U.S. Representative, I think, is going to bring a lot of headlines in the next few days, and also I think Israel presented already the kind of plan for the war. I heard that Netanyahu wants to change the name of the. There's a lot of stuff going on around, but mainly, we will have to see how the coalition that you spoke about before regarding the Houthis is going to develop. Where is it? Where is it taking us to? And the issues of the hostages, together with continuing and how this war is going to continue. I think these are on the table at the moment. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing. What else did I want to tell you?
There
Yeah,
was this op-ed by I believe the British Prime Minister and the German Prime Minister. How was that received in Israel? If you can shed any light on that.
so basically, in days like that of the war, so any statements that are coming out regarding, Israel's activities or the role of Israel at the moment is perceived with some in a certain kind of way, and in others in a different kind of way. So you see also in Israel and mainly if you see the discussions that are going on in the TV, in the TV channels. So that you see a lot of commentary regarding comments that are coming from countries in the West in one way, and then there are others that are pushing. So I have a very good friend, Karen Betzalel. She's the foreign correspondent of Channel 12. And I really appreciate her because she always brings really current news, and she also comments in a very, very intelligent way on what's going on. So yeah, I don't know what you were hearing or what you got out of those comments, but I would love to hear from you.
They pretty much their angle is that they support Israel's right to self-defense, and they see that the only way going forward for a ceasefire is that it needs to be a sustainable ceasefire.
Right.
I believe when they said that, that's a very salient keyword here. By sustainable ceasefire, they mean that, in my opinion, that Hamas and the other Palestinian factions should not be allowed to regroup and launch more attacks against the state of Israel. I mean, of course, everyone is worried about the humanitarian crisis developing in the Gaza Strip, but then again, everyone understands that the responsibility lies squarely with Hamas. But the mounting international pressure on certain governments due to the activities of their own populations and the media coverage, I would say that they are trying to walk a very tightrope here, trying to balance a diplomatic position and reconcile it with a military position where they understand that anything less than the defeat of Hamas and uprooting them from the Gaza Strip would be considered strategic defeat, and that's the angle that they are trying to present. But then again, I'm actually quite worried that no one is pressuring Hamas enough. It seems that
Right.
most of the pressure is being applied to the state of Israel, whereas no one is trying to pressure Hamas specifically on the front of releasing hostages. And to me personally, this is concerning.
Yeah, and to add to what you say, sometimes it feels like, and I think I talked about it and some others did, that this time issue of putting a tick clock on Israel in order, you need to finish the war now. It needs to be finished in a week or two or three. it's not going to finish so quickly. This needs time, operational time, strategic. There's a lot of operation that needs to be done in so many areas of Gaza. You see what we found, it just shows you like the tunnel that was found today. So sometimes there's a misunderstanding, I think, of the West, not intentionally, of understanding what's happening in the region and really like digging more into what exactly Israel is doing at the moment. I do understand, the wanting to know what will be the day after. I do understand, the US, which is our greatest ally, to really, know the details of how things are going to move forward. But unfortunately, with what we're seeing and what's happening in this war, and especially with Hamas, things are changing so dramatically any minute, and it's the pace of this war that is also very unpredictable. But to be honest, what we're hearing from our leaders here, and Netanyahu and the war cabinet, is in the beginning of the war that was saying that the main goals are to eliminate Hamas and bring back the hostages. Unfortunately, because of the dynamic of what's happening in the region and everything, things are changing a little bit. So and don't forget all the people in the south that are not in their houses and are like refugees in other cities in Israel, and also from the north. So we're not in a normal position to really we are talking about what's happening a day after the war, but I don't think you can expect from the Israelis to really know what's really happening. Netanyahu is giving hints, in one of his in the press conference he gave yesterday. He said that Gaza is going to be controlled, continue to be controlled by Israel and stuff like that. But I don't think that with what's going on, nobody knows, what's going to be the day after. But we have to deal with what's going on now, and it's very, very complex. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Oh, thank you, Aris. I don't want to comment on any of the domestic political issues. Yeah, but the thing is, so uh, uh, do you think that there can be a change? I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu's most recent statement is a little bit worrisome. Do you believe that this reflects the sentiment of the Israeli population, or that the Israeli population is a little bit mixed up on this? Because it's something that has been discussed over the last 24 hours, and a lot of people are trying to highlight it to exert even more pressure on the state of Israel, which will take away from the tactical objective of the war. In my opinion, this war has a very clear tactical objective that is 100% justified. And I'm seeing a couple of worrisome political statements that actually undermine the mission of the war and undermine the primary objective, and give free munitions to anyone who would like to pressure the state of Israel to prevent them from actually pursuing that primary objective. It's a very sensitive topic, but it can be a hard question. But I don't see anyone more suited than you to answer it, or at least just to over it. You know.
Yeah, 100%. And you're right. I will do it diplomatically. So basically, what you're seeing a lot, especially in the last week, is a lot of you see the media and some commentaries that are saying that Netanyahu is now being more political, using a lot of phrases that are more political, which I think is super interesting, because Netanyahu is a very shrewd politician, right? So I think that what he will try to do now, and what he's doing already, is to bring the political side of him that he's very, very good at, to come up front, and he has an agenda. But we are fighting a war, and it's very, very upsetting for some Israelis, and are talking about it in the news, in the news channels, that he's doing it. And you can't take away from the fact that Netanyahu's government is consisting of some very right-wing parties that are part of it, and that are in a coalition with Netanyahu, and were voted in a democratic voting here in Israel. So definitely, I think that this is what we're seeing in the last in the last few days, which I wouldn't be surprised, because I know that Netanyahu is really like, that's what he knows to do and he does it best. With that, there's a lot of voices that are coming from within Israel that are criticizing it, and there are some voices that are pro what Netanyahu does. So it can be very conflicting at times, but I think that we will need, and it's very, very confusing to some Israelis, but we need to look at the outcomes and that's going to develop in the next few days. And we need to make sure that the war cabinet are continuing with the missions that were proposed to the Israeli people and to the world at the beginning, after 7th of October, because it seems that sometimes the more we go away from the 7th, there's lots of things that the world is maybe forgetting or putting in the side, and then bringing the issue of after the war. I think Netanyahu's mission is not easy and very, very challenging. And whoever will tell me different, doesn't understand what he's talking about. And I think the whole complex of this terrible disaster that happened with those three people that are representing us and sitting in the war cabinet, one needs to understand that it's a complex situation, especially with the hostages and all other issues related. So yeah, definitely, you're right.
Okay, here's another interesting question for you. So the last couple of days, several reports came out discussing the day after scenario, and a couple of names were discussed. So on the one hand, the Emiratis are interested in seeing Mohammed Dahlan becoming the next head of the Palestinian
Yeah.
Authority. And on the other, it seems that the Jordanians and the Egyptians are interested in seeing someone like Salem Fayyad, for instance, become the next head of the Palestinian Authority. Can you share with us briefly what the public in Israel think, or what you think of both personalities, and which one is seen as a better candidate for a rejuvenated Palestinian Authority that can move the whole situation forward and actually make policy changes on violence, on controlling fundings? As far as I understand, there's also a deal between Mahmoud Abbas right now and the Israeli government to release some of the frozen funds in exchange for the Israeli government having access to the list of beneficiaries who get paid by the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard, but I saw today some kind of agreement between the US and the PA. I don't know. I saw it briefly this
Yeah, it's
lunchtime. So
it's
yeah,
Jack
what is
Sullivan.
this?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Jack.
Sullivan. Yeah. What exactly was going on there? Because I didn't have time even to read it. But this is quite interesting, I think. Wasn't really addressed today here, but maybe will be addressed in the next few days. But I saw this running in some of the media websites. I know more about the Khlan, and I heard actually a space with a green prince that talked like in large about the Khlan, and I think the Khlan is very, very interesting. But I don't know if they're giving him any chances. Like if you hear the talks, like he was praising him, and he thinks that he's the one that might come back and bring Gaza to a place that is decent. But I don't know so much about the other person that you spoke about, but I do know that the Khlan, the Israel does appreciate the Khlan more than I think anyone else, and definitely maybe more than the PA, because I would think it would be a disaster if the PA would roll Gaza. But do you follow the Khlan's activities in the last few years? Do you know, and do you think that he can be suitable? Because I don't know if it's gonna work, but I heard a really interesting take on it from the Green Prince. So I
Well,
wonder.
he's the point man favored by the Emiratis. He's
Right.
pretty much their man. He was the head of the protective security of the Palestinian Authority in Gaza up till the 2007 fiasco, basically. Ever since he more or less went into self-preservation mode. Uh, I believe that he released a statement on the 7th or the 8th, celebrating the attack, but then he
Yeah.
started changing his tone a little bit. I mean, he's the Emiratis' point man, and they would love to see him become the next head of the Palestinian Authority. But that's the power struggle between the factions, in my opinion, and the Palestinian Authority and the leading figures inside, because I believe every single one of them is trying to pivot an angle to become the first Palestinian president. I think that's for them. That's hypothetically speaking, of course, that's the big prize, right? Who's going to become the first Palestinian president? And I believe
Right.
all of them are trying to work to secure that for personal gains, basically.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see, how things develop. But the moment it seems so far, although I'm sure it needs to be discussed, and it is discussed in closed forums. But it's like seeing it for us as Israelis at the moment with all what's going on, and you have to understand there's so many angles that we need to deal with, so many fronts, so many issues that it's like it's very very interesting for me to see how things will develop first here, but then also the day after, because it's our future in the region. And also I think what's interesting to see is how certain individuals in the region, for me very fascinating is the thing with Saudi, where will it go to? Will there ever be normalization? How will the Saudis act moving forward? Of course, the dynamics with the Iranians, with the Russians. So there's so many things that are still on the plate that will need to be looked at and are super interesting to see how they will fold. And and also the future of Gaza for sure. So interesting conversation with you always. It's like
Thank you, Reese. Well, regarding the Saudis, there was a statement today or yesterday that they basically said that there will be no normalization deal without a two-state solution. So that's their angle for the time
yeah.
being. I don't know if it's for like Arab consumption or domestic consumption, or it's an actual foreign policy position that they hold. But let's go to up and over.
Yeah, to reframe your question, and I've been trying to explain to many Israelis the American focus on the day after, and they want to focus on the war at hand. This is less about Netanyahu, but I think you're focusing on a statement about statehood. And from what I hear from all Israelis, and Israelis always, when they feel threatened, they vote for security. So what I hear from Israelis now is, how could you even mention a Palestinian state? The Palestinians, because of the acts of October 7th, have put off their aspirations for 100 years. What are you talking about, Palestinian statehood? We tried that in Gaza. So just a question about the Israeli public. I also heard that any politician who says they want to move towards a Palestinian state, we could vote it out immediately. So what is your sense of the population in terms of the appetite for this once the war has been completed? So I think if
Is that for
You're
me
no,
or
you're
or
asking
Reese?
it was for
Em
Reese, because I mean, if that is the
yeah
position, if I don't want to use the word radicalized, but if
yeah
the population because of this event has been pushed further towards intransigence, it's going to be very difficult conversations with the world moving forward, even on the day after.
Oh, absolutely. And you hear voices. I think the majority of the Israelis at the moment, it's really, really difficult for them to talk about the day after, like, if, the common person in the street and everything. But there are some circles that this is being talked about already. I think in certain areas of Israel. And you know what I'm talking about. But definitely very, very complicated and complex to really you know even think about I don't know in general regarding a Palestinian state. Many Israelis before 7th of October were great believers in the two-state solution, and I think that that what happened in the 7th of October has demolished for some of them this kind of approach of two-state solution. It's very, very complicated. I don't know, maybe because of, as things will move forward, maybe this will come up again and and will be talked about. But definitely there are some Israelis that still believe in a two-state solution, right? But I think that at the moment it's very vague and very, very difficult for them to see that. But I know that certain circles are talking about it and are bringing it up. For most of them, I think not. So yeah, this is what I'm hearing in my circles, and I think that it's very, very traumatic still for many Israelis to even see that kind of thing moving forward. To be honest, I had many discussions with Palestinians when I was in Clubhouse, very decent conversations. Not like the ones that are here. I never came across. I saw, but these are not real Palestinians that are living in the area or anything. So it's very challenging for me to have a decent conversation and find people that I can talk to in a decent manner. It's very hard. But I do talk to some Israeli Arabs that I meet in Jaffa, where my office is and everything. So yeah, it's complicated, but it will need to be talked about. You can't shove it under the rugs. So yeah.
Here's one more question for you. How is the Israeli media covering any potential Russian connections to the October 7th attack? Are they discussing, for instance, the large sums of money that were wired through a Russian crypto exchange to Palestinian wallets, crypto wallets? Do they highlight? I mean, during the first week of the crisis, I remember Israeli media reported on some of those crypto wallets being taken over by Israeli security services and confiscating the 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 amounts of money stored on them. Is there anything that you can share with us? Because as you know, MriyaReport basically came to exist to
Yeah.
advocate for Ukraine. And we've always been focused on the Russian angle when it comes to geopolitical topics that crossed streams with the war in Ukraine. So, is there anything that you can share with us about any form or shape of covering Russia in Israeli media right now?
Yeah, so basically, the Israeli media brings a lot of quotes of Putin regarding the Hamas attack, and mainly the comments that he's coming out with are very anti-Israel comment, pro-Hamas. So, and I also I'm hearing, and I think, oh God, I think there's an issue with the connection of the host.
Yeah, I've
Um,
just noticed.
yeah. So
So,
yeah. So,
for everyone, in case the space crashes, we'll be up and running again in 2 minutes. We will try to stabilize the host phones, but in the meantime, just in case if it crashes, just find us on MriyaReport. Go ahead, Iris.
yeah, so basically, what's coming out is mainly his kind of comments and understanding that his approach is totally pro Hamas. Also, I think that a lot of the stuff that's going on in social media, and I think some of the commentaries talked about it, and the media here is being influenced by Russia. You see some kind of comments when things are shared regarding the war or anything like that, you can see like 100 or 150 replies that are all the same. So it's almost like it feels like there is a whole operation that's coming out of, I think only this can be done by only one country, which where I'm seeing it, and when I talk to the experts, cyber experts about it, it can only come from there. So there's some kind of talk about this in the Israeli media, mainly regarding Putin, the approach. I think he spoke to Netanyahu like a week ago. I don't understand exactly what was going on in this talk, but definitely the rhetoric of Putin regarding, he also of Putin regarding, he also
correct, but the application of them and the times that he points out that, hey, here's another example, and there's some beautiful examples in this chapter that we'll definitely mention.